Rolling down the windows.
I texted you what Horning once said for his tagline. I don't know if you wrote a spot. You said you're going to email me stuff, but obviously you got going yesterday.
Yeah, I'm sorry, I had an awful day. Sorry.
No, I know. Just how that's just
right.
If you wrote a spot, that's what goes in it. If not, we've got to roll one after the show.
Also, Roto's not going to give out a cheat sheet. Apparently, he's charging $19 a cheat sheet, and since we're only paying $15 a head, okay.
Are you serious?
Uh-huh. So, basically, if you come to it, you'll get the cheat sheet. If you know what I mean, because he'll give you his email,
he's
website information.
Come on, Roto.
I think he's still going to do what he did last year.
I understand that, but
I know
it's because he's too lazy to do one.
No, in this case, he said, if I'm charging $19 for the sheet and I'm getting $15 a head, why am I going to give out the sheet? The sheet's more than the thing.
Because he's getting $750 for 3 hours. That would be the reason I would come back with.
Yeah, maybe 2.
If someone's buying it, I get it. We got 50 people that are showing up for him. That's an absolute crock of shit. God, he's a cheap motherfucker.
He's in for the year, though. We actually had kind of we're on. Yeah, we had kind of an interesting conversation because, part of the reason that he had the issues that he had last year was the hurricane, and then also his dad died. And so he played hard ass with the event, and so I played hard ass with the segment. And I said, well, I got to be honest with you, last year it wasn't that good. I go, and you missed at least 3, maybe 4 of them. And he's like, well, I had this and I had this. I go, yeah, I know, but the score is the score. So it was, and we get along really well, but it was an interesting little chat we had. So.
Ten seconds.
Morning, Felipe.
Morning.
You are listening to Miller and Moulton, exclusively on the Florida Sports Network. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
Fired up on this final Tuesday of July. The magic numbers 1, 32, 37, and 44. Top of the morning to you. How the heck are you? We are Miller and Moulton. This is the Florida Sports Network, floridasportsnetwork.com. Thanks so much for being with us. Great baseball night last night. A lot of NFL news and notes, some nuggets, Mark, and some of the nuggets bigger and thicker than maybe you'd think in late July. Top of the morning to you. How are you?
Good morning, David. I am doing well. Week off to a good start. I will say, though, I am, after this summer of Mr. Mom, I'm ready for school to start. And I know Florida starts school early. It cannot get here soon enough.
Well, aren't we talking like, the magic number for that 16, right? 9th, 10th, something like that? 10th. That's that 2 weeks Thursday, right?
Yes.
So that's 16. Should I include that in with the magic numbers?
You don't have to, but trust me, in my own head, I'm keeping track of it for us, David.
Okay, I got it circled right here on the side, 16. Make sure you mention that. Well, we're going to lose the first number 1. The Steelers report tomorrow. Their veterans report tomorrow. All 32 teams will be in camp as of the Steelers tomorrow. 31 of them are in camp today. We can replace that number tomorrow with 15, number of days left till school starts. I could go 15, 31, 36, 43 tomorrow if you'd like. Because it sounds like that's the biggest number in your life.
That for me it is. But she's as ready as I am. It's not, we get along.
Right.
Just that after the summer, we haven't had a lot of camps, so she's ready to see friends. I'm ready for her to see friends.
Now, here's the good thing also. This summer of a lot of dad time was done by her. Last summer, you guys had numerous camps. For whatever reason, she was like, nah, I don't want to do that one this year. Nah, I don't want to do that one this year. So what'd you do? 1 week-long gymnastics camp and that's it?
1 week-long camp and the rest of it was on me.
Right. And I'm going to put the over-under next year on the number of camps at 3.5.
I'm going over now.
Because I'll bet you she signs up for 3 right off the hopper, and you'll throw another one on top just for the heck of it. So the over-under number on camps next year for your then 10-year-old daughter at 3.5.
Sounds about right to me, David. There is no doubt. No doubt whatsoever.
I think there's a few people listening right now who are like, oh, yeah, I had one of those summers. Or maybe this summer was that summer. Last night was a really good baseball night. I know the Rays didn't play, the Marlins didn't play, and maybe your favorite team didn't play, and maybe you don't pay attention. But man, oh man, did baseball have a lot of games that were decided either in the bottom of the ninth or in extra innings last night. I mean, for a Monday night, 10 games on the schedule, it was really good. Got to take my word on it, I guess.
I'm going to have to take your word on it. I know from reading the highlights, you had a couple extra inning games. You had the Astros come from behind to beat the Rangers in what's a big game in that division. The Orioles going to run in the top of the ninth to beat the Phillies. So, yeah, it was and the Reds can't beat the Brewers.
No, they cannot. They are 1-6 against them just in July. And something to remember, there are no more Monday one-game playoffs in baseball. Baseball goes to the season series. And remember, they play an odd number of games, 13 division games. Brewers have already won the season series against the Reds. So if those two teams were to finish tied at the end of the year, the Brewers would win the Central. I will say, I know that's quick and it's easy and everybody knows what the score is in the final weeks of the year. I love a Monday playoff. Baseball's had some of its most memorable moments in, the shot heard around the world. Bobby Thompson was the best 2 of 3 to decide the pennant between the Giants and the Dodgers. That was game 3, a walk-off. Obviously, Bucky flipping Dent in 78 for the Yankees and the Red Sox. I mean, there have been glorious one-game playoffs. Twins and Tigers played one like 12 years ago that was great. I mean, I love the Monday playoff. Baseball's like, nah, we're good. Let's move on.
Well, they've added more playoff games. I don't think they went, let's move on. They gave us another round of the postseason. I don't think they dismissed it quite the way that you did in the league meetings of, let's move on.
You didn't like my horn there, my buzzer? Okay. Wrong answer on the game. Have I watched too many game shows is what you're saying? Wrong answer. I probably should have softened that up. My bad. But it was just a good night. I mean, 5 of the 10 games minimum were decided in the last at-bat. That's pretty good. And not only that, all 5 games were the games involving winning teams playing against each other with playoff implications and what have you. So it was a good little night. Good little night. So there. Some college news that's out there. Florida State picked up that 4-star linebacker from Northwestern, who's so far the only football player to transfer. Florida State picked him up yesterday. Oh, okay. Northwestern's best recruit? No, he's the Seminole. All right.
They have hit the portal really well this year.
Yeah. Yeah, they hit it pretty well last year too.
I know.
I mean,
And
Norvell,
it has created a ton of depth at the line of scrimmage. Both their offensive and defensive lines are as deep as they will have been in a decade.
2 years ago and 3 years ago, Florida State's offensive line, arguably the worst in Power 5 football. It was so bad. And that's just the starters. Never mind the fact they had guys backing them up who really didn't deserve college scholarships. And now there are people that think Florida State is the top 10 offensive line in the sport. So now they're going to need it. I mean, they open up with LSU, and week 4, they're at Clemson. Never mind, the rest of the schedule and, at Florida at the end of the year. So, I mean, they're going to need it. But for the first time in a while, Mark, it looks as if they've got it.
Yeah, they've got beef up front on both sides of the ball, and it is going to be very interesting because realistically, David, all they have to do is split those 4 games. They don't have to win all 4 of those games. They don't have to beat Clemson and LSU. They got to beat one of the 2.
Yeah, it is the question that I wonder about. Can they lose to LSU and Clemson in September and run the table and get in? Because they would be 2-2 through 4, and they would finish 11-2. And think about who they're losing to. They're losing to 2 top 10 teams. They'd have a 9-game winning streak. They'd be 11-2. They'd get revenge on Clemson on a neutral field. They played neither LSU nor Clemson at home. But we've never had a 2-loss team make the playoff. This is the final year of 4. Will we have a 2-loss team in the final year of 4 ever make it?
And I would bet against it simply on history. This committee has looked at the L column first. It has been the most important column when it comes to this playoff committee determining who goes to the college football playoff. And the teams at 11-2, you're going to have to leapfrog. It's going to be an impressive list because 11-2 in the ACC won't beat 11-2 more than likely in the SEC.
Although, to be honest, the 2 losses, I mean,
David, you're right. There's nothing you're saying that I don't even agree with. I'm just telling you the way this committee has operated since they've been doing this.
Deep down, I know you're right. Deep down, Florida State or anyone else in that situation would likely need some craziness. I mean, it doesn't have to be 2007 craziness, but they would need some happenstance, I think, to be able to slide in as the 4 seed with 2 losses. Plus, let's be honest, a team like that, 11-2 with a 9-game winning streak, sliding in as the 4 seed, you're going to have the conference and the number 1 seed quietly lobbying going, really? You want us to play them? That's our reward for being the best team in the country? You want us to play arguably the hottest team in the country? Really? Thanks. So that's why I think the LSU-Florida State game is, I mean, if you think about it, if we're coming to this conclusion with Florida State, well, then how far off are we coming to the same conclusion with LSU? That if LSU loses another 24-23 game to Florida State, do they have to run the table?
More than likely. But I do think that if there is a 2-loss team that's going to get in the tournament, they're going to be from the SEC. If it happens this year, it's an SEC team, and it better not be Georgia. Because if Georgia loses a game, I don't think they deserve to go, but that's a whole separate discussion.
Right. You and I have been on that for months because of how weak their schedule is this year. Not all of it they're doing. They had Oklahoma on the schedule, and the game got canceled. The series got canceled when Oklahoma is going to join the conference as of next year. Texas was fortunate enough. They had their home and home with Alabama before they were joining the conference because they finished the home and home this year. And Georgia, I think, replaced it with like Kent State or somebody like that. So their non-conference schedule's ridiculously weak. And then they don't play LSU. They don't play Alabama. They don't play A&M. I mean, so they're basically playing the East and Auburn and I think one of the Mississippis.
Yeah, they may have Ole Miss on their schedule.
Right. and they have them at home. So, it just so happened that Georgia's got a pretty soft one this year. And that's why we said if Georgia goes 11-1, okay, or we even wonder if they're 12-0 and they go to Atlanta and they don't win, should we look at them, kind of with our head tilted, like, yeah, they're 12-0, but there's a lot of teams that they played that schedule would have been at least 11-1. So anyway, I think circle Florida State LSU. I think it's one of the three biggest games of the year. I really do. So anyway.
And the way we weigh conferences, David, I think you're right on with that game. And more for Florida State than for LSU. But it is only by an eyelash in my estimation.
Miller and Moulton, when we come back, there's a lot of money in sports. But there's never been this kind of money thrown around for one player in 1 year. We'll tell you who and how much next.
David Moulton for Napa Auto Parts, and Napa Filters. Insist on Napa Filters for your vehicles, or if you're a do-it-yourselfer, only buy Napa Filters. Napa has a filter for almost anything on earth that moves, whether it's motorcycles, foreign and domestic cars, vans, SUVs, earth-moving equipment. You get the idea. Napa Auto Parts, Napa Filters. Insist on them for your vehicles, or if you're a do-it-yourselfer, only buy Napa Filters.
Hello, friends and family of Southwest Florida. Are you looking to tap into the electric vehicle market? Well, look no further, because we here at Southwest Florida Golf Carts have just what you need. E-bikes, golf carts, LSVs, scooters, and more. Come down and talk with one of our experienced sales reps, have a soda and a smile, and you could be cruising the streets in your new EV today. Stop by the store or visit our website at flgolfcarts.com and enter for a chance to win $100 off your next purchase by answering John's monthly sports question.
Ladies and gentlemen, once again.
Hi. Excuse me.
Hey, the line starts back here.
Ma'am, if your party's not here, you're gonna have to go around again.
If you had the opportunity to avoid all this, wouldn't you?
Salt Live is the official transportation provider of the Miller and Moulton Morning Show, making your trip to and from the airport seamless and stress-free. Salt Live is supported with the help of local partners like the Bayfront Inn. Gather your family and friends and enjoy a leisurely day on the water with a pontoon or deck boat. If you prefer to explore the waterways without a motor, the Bayfront has canoes, standboards, and kayaks. At the end of your journey, enjoy lunch or dinner at the Bamboo Tropical Bar and Grill. The Bayfront Inn, something for everyone on 5th Avenue in downtown Naples. BayfrontInNaples.com. When you need a ride, book with Salt Live Transportation, 308-8686, or book on saltlivetransportation.com.
You are listening to Miller and Moulton on the Florida Sports Network.
Did you see De La Cruz's home run last night?
I did not.
Holy blank. They measured it 456. No way was it that short. If you see the highlight, there's center field, there's just to the right of it. And like a level or two up, Mark, they have an SUV and an advertisement. He hits the home run well over the SUV. 456, no way. No way.
That's a good bat flip, too.
Oh, do you know the story behind it?
No, David.
First inning, he gets robbed of a home run. So when he comes up in the third, up on the scoreboard, it says De La Cruz 0 for 1. They put up on the scoreboard 0 for 1. Thought he hit a homer in the first, but he didn't.
That's funny.
Up on the scoreboard. So then he does that.
Well, Raiders, if anybody has it, they've not watched it because it's not showed a game yet. So I don't know who's bought it yet. I mean, I will be buying it, but it doesn't do anything for me until football starts.
Coffin bomb, totally with you. You know, I'm curious how the Jags are going to handle it. How Florida State going to handle it? You know, how are the Lions going to handle it?
It's what Campbell, I was listening to a thing, Campbell talking about it. The hype machine's running full right now. I use YouTube TV every morning here in the studio. It's fine for what I use it for. Hell, we don't watch TV anymore anyhow, so it's fine by me.
Felipe, you work last night?
Yes.
How you holding up?
I went to bed early, so good.
Like 12:30?
I haven't been able to watch sports in a while. I miss
Good.
basketball. I miss football.
Well, just give it a few weeks.
What are your hours on the weekends?
3:30 p.m. to midnight.
Ooh.
Do you work nights during the week, or do you get off at 6:30?
I get off at 7:30. Get in at
Okay.
7:30.
So you work through the ABC 7 o'clock?
Correct. The NBC 4 and the ABC 7.
Oh, that's light editing. That's a nice shift there.
I'm starting to realize more and more that it is a nice shift.
Yeah, that's a lot of VOs there. That's
A lot of O's.
That's a lot of meat and potatoes. That's like, just making ham sandwiches. That's easy.
The hardest part is just going from Sunday to Monday morning here. But yeah, the 4 is a big show, obviously, because it's an hour, but my producer for the 7 kind of sucks.
I wouldn't say that out loud, by the way.
Welcome back to Miller and Moulton, only on the Florida Sports Network.
"21 minutes past the hour, top of the morning to you. Final Tuesday of July. Miller and Moulton, Florida Sports Network, floridasportsnetwork.com. 32 days away from week 0 of the college football season, 4 weeks Saturday. Notre Dame, Navy in Ireland, USC in action. I think it's 8 games, or 9 games, actually. I counted 7, but they threw in a couple FCS games. So 9 games all in all on that final Saturday of August. 5 weeks Thursday, start of the college football season for most of us. Gators in action that night in Utah. UCF will play their first game as a member of the Big 12. And it's 6 weeks Thursday, Lions and Chiefs. So 32, 37, 44. And 31 of the 32 NFL teams are in training camp, veterans included, as of today. And we have a new number, 16 days until school starts, because Mark and his 9-year-old daughter, well, they are counting them down. They need some separation. Are you paying attention to this Saudi Arabia soccer story?
With Mbappe and the money that they offered him to come play for their team, or actually not offered him, offered PSG the transfer fee to get him.
Well, there's both, because this is fascinating. I mean, could you imagine if this was the case in North American sports? This whole soccer transfer fee. If you don't know, Mbappe, many people feel today, best player in the world. Messi, obviously, greatest career. Ronaldo, second greatest career of active players. But best player today, there's a lot of people that would go, oh, I'd take Mbappe. He scored a hat trick in the World Cup final in a losing effort to Messi's, beloved Argentina. So Mbappe, as Mark mentioned, is currently playing for PSG. Well, there's this team and league in Saudi Arabia. They would like to take him off PSG's hands. And they offered PSG $332 million. That's just to acquire him. Then Mbappe has to agree to a contract with them. Mbappe has no interest in playing for Al Hilal in Saudi Arabia. At least that's what he said. Because the word is, Mark, he's already got a deal with Real Madrid for like $175 million worked out. So the Saudis came over the top. They said, well, 176 million, that's nice. But what if we offered you 600 million more than that for a year? So 332 million to acquire him, 776 million to sign him.
$1 billion for a year.
1.1 billion for a year, actually. Don't forget the 0.1.
How can you forget the 0.1?
When it's 100 million, how can you forget it? Is right. So there you have it. So if you think they're throwing money around in golf, you ain't seen nothing yet.
All right. Who are the 5 cheapest owners in the NFL?
Mike Brown of the Bengals.
Let's just stop there then. What do you think Joe Burrow would sell for in the transfer fee market?
In the NFL, straight cash?
In the NFL, you're a team, you're the New England Patriots. You want a quarterback. You don't have one.
And remember, this doesn't count against the cap, right? This is a side
this
fee.
is a side deal.
Straight check.
Instead of a trade, you just write a check for the player.
Well, in theory, you'd have to win the bidding war, though, because once word got out.
No, and I'm not just, I put New England out there because it's fun.
Right.
I got you, David. There are a handful of teams that would be bidding for him. Could you imagine if there was a transfer fee to get a quarterback?
I think somebody would pay half, though. I mean, the transfer fee is $332 million. Half is $166. If you owned an NFL team, you're a billionaire, and Joe Burrow was available for $166 million, would you write the check?
Couldn't write it fast enough.
Okay.
But that's what, when I saw this story yesterday, I did the same thing you did, I think, David. I started thinking of the NFL. And what would a Joe Burrow attract? Because Brown is one of the cheaper owners, if not the cheapest owner.
Who gave an interview yesterday in which he said, listen, Joe and I have agreed we would not discuss his negotiations publicly at all. But he then did basically say, yeah, there's no way we're going to be able to afford Joe Burrow, Jamar Chase, and T. Higgins. One of those three is not going to be a Cincinnati Bengal long term. Oh, okay, good. Good to know. Which, when you think of it, is why Tyreek Hill's in Miami. I mean, Mahomes got paid. Kelsey got paid. Tyreek went to him and said, this is what I'm worth. They're like, yeah, we can't pay that. I mean, now it's going on the defensive side of the ball. Their best defensive lineman. He's like, listen, take a look at the salaries. I'm worth between 24 and 30 million a year. They're like, yeah, we can't do that.
And he's leaning towards the 30, mind you.
Right. Right. Well, you might as well start there. Settle for 25. That's pretty good. First off, do you think this day and age will ever come to major North American sports?
I don't. I don't think the owners want any part of it.
$332 million transfer fee. That's just to get the right to then negotiate a contract. By the way, if you're Mbappe, for the next 2 years, potentially, you could earn $950 million. You'd have to play 1 year of soccer in Saudi Arabia, and then you play 2024 in Real Madrid. $950 million. I don't care how much you lose in taxes.
I don't care how much you lose in your marketing world from the sport washing that the Saudis are giving you. It's $1 billion.
Right. Right. 952 million, apparently. 776 for a year in Saudi Arabia, 176 to then be at Real Madrid. Listen, you may have your thoughts on, the sports washing in Saudi Arabia and what have you, and they're very justified. It is $776 million. I mean, how tied to your moral center are you? 776, not thousand, million, 3 more zeros. Damn. Which, by the way, when they want to buy a college football team,
look out.
Ready.
Get ready. Troy State's going to be great in no time.
Yes, they are. Trent Dilfer and UAB going to be kicking some butt. Not going to include us in the Power 5, huh? Okay.
Show you your Power 5 right here.
Yep. We got your NIL. You guys can pass whatever legislation you want. We got your NIL right here.
We're going to be good because we're going to pay more. And by more, we mean a lot more, and you can't compete.
So there you have it. Mbappe could be in rich A, in wealthy A,
buy his own country A,
in the money A.
Right. You've got that right. There is no doubt. Just foolish money being thrown around by the Saudi Soccer League trying to get Mbappe to come from PSG. Miller and Moulton, the starting 5 is next right here on the Florida Sports Network.
David Moulton for Napa, Napa Auto Parts, and Napa Filters. Insist on Napa filters for your vehicles, or if you're a do-it-yourselfer, only buy Napa filters. Napa has a filter for almost anything on earth that moves, whether it's motorcycles, foreign and domestic cars, vans, SUVs, earth-moving equipment. You get the idea. Napa Auto Parts, Napa filters. Insist on them for your vehicles, or if you're do-it-yourselfer, only buy Napa filters.
Hello, friends and family of Southwest Florida. Are you looking to tap into the electric vehicle market? Well, look no further, because we here at Southwest Florida Golf Carts have just what you need. E-bikes, golf carts, LSVs, scooters, and more. Come down and talk with one of our experienced sales reps, have a soda and a smile, and you could be cruising the streets in your new EV today. Stop by the store or visit our website at flgolfcarts.com and enter for a chance to win $100 off your next purchase by answering John's monthly sports question.
Ladies and gentlemen, once again.
Hi. Excuse me.
Hey, the line starts back here.
Ma'am, if your party's not here, you're going to have to go around again.
If you had the opportunity to avoid all this, wouldn't you?
Salt Live is the official transportation provider of the Miller and Moulton Morning Show, making your trip to and from the airport seamless and stress-free. Salt Live is supported with the help of local partners like the Bayfront Inn. Gather your family and friends and enjoy a leisurely day on the water with a pontoon or deck boat. If you prefer to explore the waterways without a motor, the Bayfront has canoes, standboards, and kayaks. At the end of your journey, enjoy lunch or dinner at the Bamboo Tropical Bar and Grill. The Bayfront Inn, something for everyone on 5th Avenue in downtown Naples. BayfrontInNaples.com. When you need a ride, book with Salt Life Transportation, 308-8686, or book on saltlifetransportation.com.
You are listening to Miller and Moulton on the Florida Sports Network.
You know, we haven't talked about, we can do a segment on Lane Kiffin's comments too.
Wait till 7?
Yeah.
Okay, why don't you lead that?
Can you get Lane Kiffin's comments saying college football is a disaster? Make the announcement at 7?
Sure. 7 or 7:21?
7:21's fine.
Okay. Do the announcement right into the play of the day. Our announcement of the day and play of the day.
Favorite part of they're showing this whole story on George Brett, the Pine Tar. Brett has one of the biggest digs in his mouth. He has got more chew in that cheek.
There's 2 outs in the top of the 9th, right? Off Gossage.
Mm-hmm.
Gave him the lead. They were trailing.
And I think it was like Saturday game of the week baseball. Like this was on, right?
It was 83, right? 83. It wasn't NBC game of the week because the announcers are the local Yankee announcers.
Oh, yeah, you're right.
Just laughing at Ambient's question and your answer.
Listening to Dan Patrick yesterday. He had SVP on. It was a pretty funny interview.
What were they talking about?
Well, Dan's 4-year retirement or 3-year retirement because he signed a new deal and he said he's done.
Right.
And then just Van Pelt talking about getting congratulatory texts from people about the Monday Night Countdown job that he doesn't have yet. And then Patrick going, you don't have it? Well, maybe I'll apply. And he said, come on, I'm all right. It was, they get along.
Yep. Well, remember one of the first SVPs, Dan, when he was given the late Sports Center, Dan showed back up in Bristol.
Yeah.
Welcome back to Miller and Moulton, only on the Florida Sports Network.
"22 minutes before the top of the hour, about 40 minutes away from a big announcement here on Miller and Moulton." At least we think so. It is for us. For you, For us, big. Speaking of big, you know what's big every morning at this time? It's time for
The Starting Five. 5 stories you need to know. It's the Starting Five on Miller and Moulton. Here's number 1.
Mark, one of the things you can always count on is a letdown. Orioles, the big 4-game series at the Trop. And then they got to play the next night because remember, they've played 4 less games than the Rays. So they got to make those games up. Rays off last night. Orioles going to Philadelphia to play the Phillies. I mean, good team, returning home. Classic letdown situation for the Orioles. Yeah, Colton Cowser with an RBI double in the 9th. Baltimore beat Philly 3-2. Orioles leads 2.5 on the Rays. Meanwhile, the Brewers own the Reds. They've beaten them 6 of 7. That's just in July. 3-2 the final last night. Their lead's 1.5 in the Central. Yelich with a game-winning RBI single in the 9th from Milwaukee. If you get a chance, look up Ellie De La Cruz's 2-run homer in the 3rd inning for Cincinnati. Their StatCast analytics thing measured it at 456 feet. Yeah, there's no way this is less than 500 feet. All right?
I like that you're arguing with computers.
There's no way.
This is one of my favorite things that you do. They've got this all dialed in as how far home runs are hit. 456 feet is how far this is hit, and you think it's wrong.
Yes. First off, the only reason it could possibly be 456 is because it hit something and stopped it. Okay? But he hit a meteor over the center field wall, over an SUV that's used as an advertisement. Well over the SUV, by the way. 456. Give me a break. Milwaukee 3-2. Houston, meanwhile. Chas McCormick with a homer and 6 RBIs. Astros rally, score 1 in the 9th to win it. 10-9 over Texas. They're 2 back in the West. So the Orioles up 2.5. Brewers up 1.5. Texas lead down to 2. You sensing a theme here? By the way, Toronto with 3 in the 11th. They beat the Dodgers 6-3. They're just 4 behind Tampa Bay, but they're 2.5 ahead of both the Red Sox and Yankees for the final wild card in the American League. The Dodgers lead remains at 4 because the Giants lost their 6th in a row. That Detroit beat them 5-1, and Arizona lost their 5th in a row. St. Louis beat them 10-6. And good news for the Marlins, who didn't play last night. San Francisco and Arizona's loss dropped them into a tie with the Fish for the final 2 wild card spots in the National League. So San Francisco, Arizona, Miami tied for 5th. Obviously, only 2 of the 3 could make the playoffs. And the 3 teams are a half a game ahead of the Phillies. So 4 teams separated by half a game in the National League for 2 playoff spots. Minnesota, Carlos Correa with a game-winning hit in the 10th. Twins beat the Mariners 4-3. Minnesota's won 4 in a row. And with Cleveland losing to Kansas City 5-3, the Twins lead in the Central to suddenly 4. By the way, Salvador Perez hit his 200th home run as a catcher last night. He's got 240 career homers, but he was a DH or pinch hitting for the other 40 homers. But his homer last night, the 200th as a catcher. He's only the 10th man to ever do that in baseball. Be a catcher and hit 200 or more home runs. How about that? Colorado beat Washington 10-6 in a battle for the worst record in the National League. Nats are a game better than the Rockies right now, 100 games into the season. And I think the Padres can sell. They lost at home to the Pirates 8-4. They are 6 back of those teams that we mentioned for the wild card. The
I thought
Cubs
it
are
was
ahead
the
of
biggest loss on the board last night. Take 2 or 3 from Detroit. You're sitting there in a position with Pittsburgh coming in to keep things rolling.
Right.
Hard to say a must win in July in baseball, but it was as close as one gets, and that was a disappointment to me.
Oh, yeah. I mean, if you're the Mets and the Padres, you need to like sweep a week here, don't you? Or go 5-1 or something like that.
Yeah.
So maybe if this is the one for San Diego, they don't sell, but not good. A couple of other baseball notes. The Braves, with 4 relievers already on the IL, they acquired 2 pitchers who both had been designated for assignment by other teams. They acquired righty Pierce Johnson from Colorado and lefty Taylor Hearn from Texas. They said, listen, we need some pitching depth. These guys throw hard. We'll try to straighten them out. Speaking of IL, the Rockies have 4 pitchers who are all going to get Tommy John surgery in the next 2 weeks. Damn. Mike Ivey was the number 1 overall pick of the 1970 baseball draft coming out of high school. Played 11 years in the majors. Died yesterday at the age of 70. A lot of NFL news. A lot of nuggets. Some bigger than others. Could argue the biggest news, Broncos defensive end Ayamaya Uwazurike, suspended indefinitely, which is a minimum of a year, for betting on the NFL. He's the
Yes, go ahead. Sorry. No, I'm just going to say it's if all players get suspended, we don't have to say that name for the rest of the year, and I think that's going to make it easier on the announcers. But you did a hell of a job with that.
Thank you. Uwazurike.
Right.
10th player suspended for gambling, 7th for a year. 3 others got just 6 games. Apparently, if you bet on the NFL, that's a minimum of a year. If you place a bet on other sports, but do it on NFL property, it's 6 games. Tyreek Hill, by the way, reached a settlement with a marina employee in Miami, whom he allegedly slapped in the back of the head during a disagreement last month. Let me ask you this. If you're the NFL, would you suspend Tyreek Hill? Andy Slater, our buddy from Fox and West Palm Beach, is the one that came up with the details that Tyreek Hill was accused of slapping this person in the back of the head. Would you suspend a guy a game if that's the infraction?
I wouldn't.
Obviously, charges, everything went away. There's agreement, there obviously a check was written of some kind, yesterday from Tyreek Hill to this marina employee. And so we'll see if the NFL steps in. Washington cut guard Andrew Norwell yesterday. He started 16 to 17 games for him last year. He's 32 years old. They saved over $4 million against the cap. Buffalo lost running back Naheem Hines. Did you hear about this injury?
Yes. What a freak accident.
So it's before camp. He's on a jet ski. He's not even moving. And somebody else crashes into him. Messes him up pretty good. Messes up his knee. He's out for the year. Now, this will be interesting. The Bills, if they want, don't have to pay him. It's a non-football injury. Happened off the field, so to speak. The Bills could release him and not have to pay him. He's making a few million. They don't have a ton of cap room. It'll be very interesting to see how the Bills handle this. I would keep him. I think it'd be an awful look. But just keep that in the back of your mind. Detroit lost safety Chauncey Gardner-Johnson for how long? They say day to day, but they were worried. A non-contact knee injury in practice. He crumpled to the ground. They had to bring out the cart. Turns out no structural damage. Should be okay. Get a few days off from practice. Meanwhile, Chiefs wide receiver Kadarius Toney, he re-injured his knee first day of camp. He's going to miss some time. They say, oh, he'll be ready for the opener, but they're not sure how much he's going to do between now and then. Toney, who can get hurt just getting out of bed in the morning. Very talented. Seahawks signed their edge rusher, Uchenna Nwazu. He gets a 3-year, $59 million extension, $32 million of it guaranteed. And the Bucs, 2 bits of good news. They re-signed defensive tackle William Golston. His 11th year with him, or 11th season in the league anyway. And Shaq Barrett, remember he tore his Achilles last year? The thought was he wasn't going to be ready for training camp. He'd start the camp anyway on the PUP list. Passed his physical yesterday. No need to go on the PUP. Well, that's good. College football, we mentioned it earlier. 4-star Northwestern linebacker Justin Cryer. He's the lone football player to so far announce that he's transferring. Never played a down for Northwestern. He transferred to Florida State. College hoops. South Florida and Florida State will play in the Sunrise Classic early December. Where? Sunrise. And this is remarkable. Kansas and North Carolina yesterday announced they're going to play a home-and-home in basketball. Do you know how many times Kansas and North Carolina have played in the regular season? Once. They've met 5 times in the NCAA tournament, including for a national championship, on, I believe, 2 occasions. That's stunning. Kansas and North Carolina had only played once. So next year and the year after, 24 and 25, they're going to start in Kansas, Allen Fieldhouse, and then they'll play in the Dean Dome in the fall of 25.
It is remarkable that all the tournaments at the Garden, all these preseason tournaments, they never came across each other more than once ever. That is stunning.
A couple of college basketball folks said, you know, the sport should get together in November, especially, and make sure they have one of these games every night, even if it's only one. That to get people to pay attention to them from second week of November into some point in December. Okay, they really should. Okay, Izzo, you know, Self, North Carolina, Duke. Okay, what are we thinking here? Where, you know, make sure we line it up so that there's one really marquee game a night that either FS1 or ESPN or somebody can have.
Yeah, and let's just limit it to Tuesdays and Wednesdays. I'm being serious. Why do you want to mess with the football on the weekends? You're not going to win. Go when you can get eyeballs.
And then, of course, we mentioned the soccer news last segment. Al Hilal in Saudi Arabia offering over $1.1 billion just to secure the services of Mbappe for this season. They're willing to pay PSG a $332 million transfer fee. PSG's already accepted it. Now it's just a matter of if Mbappe will accept their $776 million one-year salary. Don't laugh. He apparently wants no part of it. He wants to play for Real Madrid for $600 million less. So we'll see what he does, because he could play the 1 year in Saudi Arabia and then still play in Real Madrid for $176 million. And if you're adding it home, that means in 2 years he'd earn $952 million. And at 9 minutes before the hour, that was
the Starting Five every weekday morning at this time on Miller and Moulton.
So what do you do if you're the Bills there? It's a non-football injury. You can cut him, don't have to pay him, doesn't count against your cap. And I believe he's in the final year of a contract. They traded for him last year from the Colts. He was a good player, too. There were a few analytics people who took to the internet yesterday to say this is a big loss. Before him, they were bottom 25% of the league in kickoff returns. With him, they were top 5. That with him, they started with the best field position in the league on opening drives, the final third of the season.
Think about it. They play in one of the cities where the kicking game is a factor, where returns are a factor. It's not a dome stadium. It's not,
right?
kicked out of the end zone every time. I mean,
And also, I mean, what's the difference between the Chiefs, the Bengals, and the Bills right now? I mean, we all think it's pretty slim. Whether it is or not, that's what we think. Never mind the rest of the AFC. I mean, what was the difference between the Chiefs and the Bengals going to the Super Bowl last year? A late hit. So, Naheem Hines, and what do the Bills do? How do they handle this? Believe me, the locker room is paying attention.
and I know it's probably not popular to cut him, but if I can cut him and that helps me get Delvin Cook, does that ease the locker room at all?
I don't know, because they all look around at one another and go, I guess it could be me. The whole family thing. Oh, so you're preaching family, huh? We're a family? Wasn't even a football injury. Guy was sitting on a jet ski. He wasn't even jet skiing. He was just sitting on it. Big announcement in 30 minutes.
Hello, friends and family of Southwest Florida. Are you looking to tap into the electric vehicle market? Well, look no further, because we here at Southwest Florida Golf Carts have just what you need. E-bikes, golf carts, LSVs, scooters, and more. Come down and talk with one of our experienced sales reps, have a soda and a smile, and you could be cruising the streets in your new EV today. Stop by the store or visit our website at flgolfcarts.com and enter for a chance to win $100 off your next purchase by answering John's monthly sports question.
David Moulton for Napa Auto Parts, and Napa Filters. Insist on Napa filters for your vehicles, or if you're a do-it-yourselfer, only buy Napa filters. Napa has a filter for almost anything on earth that moves, whether it's motorcycles, foreign and domestic cars, vans, SUVs, earth-moving equipment. You get the idea. Napa Auto Parts, Napa filters. Insist on them for your vehicles, or if you're a do-it-yourselfer, only buy Napa filters.
Ladies and gentlemen, once again.
Hi. Excuse me.
Hey, the line starts back here.
Ma'am, if your party's not here, you're going to have to go around again.
If you had the opportunity to avoid all this, wouldn't you?
Salt Live is the official transportation provider of the Miller and Moulton Morning Show, making your trip to and from the airport seamless and stress-free. Salt Live is supported with the help of local partners like the Bayfront Inn. Gather your family and friends and enjoy a leisurely day on the water with a pontoon or deck boat. If you prefer to explore the waterways without a motor, the Bayfront has canoes, standboards, and kayaks. At the end of your journey, enjoy lunch or dinner at the Bamboo Tropical Bar and Grill. The Bayfront Inn, something for everyone on 5th Avenue in downtown Naples. BayfrontInNaples.com. When you need a ride, book with Salt Live Transportation, 308-8686, or book on saltlivetransportation.com.
Miller and Moulton here for the Clutch Vodka Play of the Day.
Mark, remember Nick Charles, Fred Hickman, the CNN Play of the Day?
Yeah, CNN did a nightly sports show. That was a while ago.
Yes, it was. Just work with me. Everyone liked the pod, the Play of the Day. So how about we have the Clutch Vodka Play of the Day?
Sounds good. Fun. Smooth. Like Clutch Vodka.
Listen weekday mornings for the Clutch Vodka Play of the Day.
That's Clutch with a K.
Located on the East Trail, locally owned Naples Tiki Bar and Grill is an outdoor eatery next to the Hitching Post Shopping Center. Island-inspired food with a true tiki theme. The best place in Naples to enjoy the beautiful weather in Southwest Florida. The Naples Tiki Bar and Grill offers a great menu for dine-in or takeout. Enjoy our famous pulled pork, huge burgers, and tiki bar cocktails. Don't miss happy hour every day from 3 to 6 and live music 7 days a week. See you soon at the Naples Tiki Bar and Grill, 11498 Tamiami Trail East.
You were listening to Miller and Moulton on the Florida Sports Network.
Well, Paul, when you get in a car crash, you don't get fired, do you? I mean, you don't lose your job and lose your benefits, do you? I mean, that's the other thing. I know we think of these professional athletes and what have you. You know, if he gets cut, he loses his health care.
He can afford Cobra for a year.
Okay.
I'm be interested.
I mean, basically, if he was jet skiing and he was the one who caused the accident and hurt himself, they'd cut him. And I think people would be like, well, but I mean, when you're not even moving and you get hit, damn. I'll tell you what, it is amazing to me how cold you guys are towards the athletes. Seriously. I don't even know if you think of them as a piece of meat, because meat has value. Honestly, I'm amazed. Why in the world do you stick up for the NFL owners? God almighty, they would screw you every day if they could. I mean, the state of New York gave the Bills $850 million. They're charging their fans PSLs to buy tickets. And the Pagulas do a lot for charity, too. They've donated millions to the Children's Hospital in Southwest Florida. They donated like $8 million. DC, I'm guessing it's good for as long as you're under contract. Because in theory, during the offseason, workouts and all that. So I would have to think that while you're employed, it's good.
Did you get that quote, Felipe?
I got a really good quote, but he doesn't say disaster once. I couldn't find a single quote where he says disaster, but he basically describes it perfectly.
When you created this, it was supposed to be like, okay, I'm going to pay you money as a collective and I get your name, image, likeness. Okay. And so you're only going to get that as you're a really good player. And then when you play really well, you're going to get a lot of it because now I can sell your cards and jerseys and everything. Well, that's not what it is. That is what it is for Bryce Young. 99% of these kids that just pay for play to get them in school there. Mm-hmm. That's a problem because the reward system.
Okay.
Yeah. We're coming back now.
Mark, you want to take the lead?
Sure.
I'll bring this back.
You are listening to Miller and Moulton, exclusively on the Florida Sports Network. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
It's the top of the 7 o'clock hour. Thanks so much for being with us. Hour 2 of Miller and Moulton on this final Tuesday of July. 31 of the 32 NFL teams are in training camp. We are 4 weeks and 4 days away from week 0 of the college football season. 32 is that magic number. 5 weeks from Thursday, week 1 of the college football season kicking off. 37 is that number. 6 weeks from Thursday, 44 days away. Lions and Chiefs to kick off the 2023 NFL season. 20 minutes away from a big, significant, noteworthy, please pay attention announcement coming up here on Miller and Moulton. Bill Bender, as we look ahead to Big Ten Media Days in about 35 minutes time, and we'll check in on the Marlins 1 hour from now.
So we had Friday off, and SEC Media Days were going on last week, and Lane Kiffin took to the microphone on Thursday, in which he, well, talked rather truthfully about NIL and called it pay for play.
Yeah. Are people actually out there saying it's not?
No, but it seems that as if Lane wants something done about it. And I find it fascinating because Lane's done as well in the transfer portal as any coach in the country. And the transfer portal is about paying players. You don't get them any other way.
Well, and not only that, we had the story last week of, was it on 3 Sports? They ranked the top 20 NIL collectives in the country. Ole Miss was in the top 10 with NIL. They were getting it done there on the Grove.
And he made some comments about NIL that were pretty damning for a school that's doing really well in the NIL world. And called college football a disaster right now.
Wait, I'm sorry. A disaster?
A disaster.
He's making about $9 million a year.
Exactly. So I'm just curious of what it is they really. I mean, I know the coaches, if they had their way, would get rid of the transfer portal and NIL tomorrow. They hate every part of it, even though it's working quite well for some of them. I'm trying to figure out, because Nick and Lane seem to be on have the same pursuit of their hate of NIL. And like, I get Nick's. Alabama's not on any of these top 20 lists as far as the collective goes, and may never be. Although Nick's doing really well and he can transfer any player in that he wants because, well, it's Alabama.
Right. And there's enough money to go around. There really is.
But I'm trying to figure out what their end game is. What it is they're trying to accomplish.
What I think they're trying to accomplish is they're trying to get the athletes compensated, but they don't want recruiting to be pay for play. They don't want it to be, I get this kid over you, Mark, because I offer him $10,000 more a year. And I don't know if you can divide that line.
They could have divided that line. They had several years to try to put legislation in place that would have benefited them. But the NCAA kicked this down the road and kicked it down the road and kicked it down the road. And now we are at where we are at. I don't know how you put the genie back in the bottle here.
Well, here's the other part to the equation. One, there apparently is some legislation that's making its way through committees in Congress. And there's bipartisan support to come up with some NIL legislation, even though Mitch McConnell came out, I think Friday, and said, yeah, I just think we're going to screw this up. I don't know why we need to get involved in this. And, Rand Paul said the same thing in a committee hearing and what have you. But, Mark, while there are legislators that are actually trying to legislate NIL, and obviously what would they do? There would be some restrictions on A, the amount of money, and B, on the athletes. Meanwhile, the athletes are talking, going, yeah, we're not getting enough. In fact, all this TV money, we should get a piece of this. There should be revenue sharing amongst us. I mean, we're the product. How could we not be entitled to this? So you've got one end that's trying to somehow, some way put some of the genie back in the bottle. And you literally have some players and attorneys who are going, yeah, however much money you think is out there in NIL, it's not enough. These guys are not being compensated enough. Trust me.
And we haven't even gotten to the video game world coming back and how they're going to share that money. You mentioned the TV, obviously the jersey sales. I mean, there are plenty of other ways that as this progresses, the athlete can justify trying to get more cash.
The athletes haven't unionized yet. Remember, it was Northwestern that tried a handful of years ago, got shut down by the National Labor Relations Board. I wonder if somebody were to try again, if that same result would occur. So the athletes haven't unionized yet. So without a union, they're not employees. They cannot collectively bargain, in theory. But I mean, does anybody watching big-time college sports think it's not pay for play?
No. If they do, they just have buried their head in the sand.
And they're okay with it, though, right? I mean, how many of you...
The same way they were before this day. The same way they were before when there were illegal practices going on and, our school doesn't do it. Okay, whatever.
Right. Exactly. Right. Yeah. No, you're not putting cash in a brown paper bag. No. That's true. The bag might be white. But anyway, so has anyone out there, and I know we've asked this question before, but we're trying to find 4 of you. Has anybody out there in the last few years had their interest in college sports diluted because of NIL? I mean, NIL is basic, and the transfer portal is like a post-pandemic phenomenon, right? This is really the last 3 years. This is the 2020s. Does anybody go, once we started doing NIL, I'm not interested.
21,000 is a text line. 21000. Have you quit watching college football because of NIL? We would love to hear from you.
Or you only, you watch a little bit of the tournament, but, it just doesn't interest you like it did pre-pandemic because of specifically NIL. Not because you like the sport back in the 80s and 90s compared to today. It has to be because, like the year that I didn't watch the NHL because I was mad at them because of a strike. This has got to be no, I'm mad at these guys. This really bothers me. This is not the college athletics that I always thought it would be. The fact that the phrase student athlete is now a punchline bothers me. I'm not interested. Because we can't find 4 of you. And see, to me, Mark, if it's not costing them TV ratings or attendance, why do they care? Honestly, is Greg Sankey's salary gone down? Is Nick Saban taking a salary cut? Is there any less money for any of the coaches? Is the TV money gone down yet because some of that TV money's had to go to the athletes? Honestly, I don't understand. What do they care? What do they care?
Hey, the coaches don't like this. They liked it better when they controlled the pay for play. That's what it is. No, I mean, come on. Let's be brutally honest here, David.
I'm laughing because you're right.
When they were the ones putting the money, or when they were responsible for telling who to put the money in the bag, well, now, you had the fiasco that happened at Florida with the quarterback there, that wasn't the head coach. That was a collective that screwed up, and he lost a player. That's what they're worried about. They're losing control. And that's all these guys want.
Well, they are the biggest control freaks in sports. College football coaches at the high Division I level. The biggest control freaks. Number 2, big-time college basketball coaches. Not even close, by the way. Belichick looks at big-time college coaches and goes, you guys are control freaks. Wow, you got to lighten up. Join me on the boat and Jimmy Johnson at a couple of Heinekens. You guys got to relax. But I know we talk about NIL a lot. It is the biggest story in college sports. It is. It's bigger than conference realignment. It's bigger than the TV deals. This is literally the present and the future of this sport.
You got to give Lane a little credit, though, when getting into the whole thing about boosters and how, he talked about how the system was created, and now we have boosters that are allowed to pay players, how this is going to work out really well. The follow-up question, someone asked him to rank the boosters in the SEC. And he said, I'm not about to start putting rankings out on boosters from top to bottom in the conference. God, I want to so bad.
Here's the funny thing. So Lane is using the system as best he can to his advantage. He's doing a great job. Ole Miss doing well in the transfer portal, and Ole Miss has a great NIL collective right now. Yet he's railing against it. Reminds you a lot of Nick Saban, doesn't it?
100%.
And you don't think Lane wants to replace Nick one day, do you?
Oh, no. Who would want that job?
No. Come on now. No, he's not angling for that gig. No way. No way. By the way, count how many times in a year Lane refers to Nick as the GOAT. The over-under is 137.
And if you were smart, you'd take the over.
Because they play every year. So he'll do it the 4th week of September this year.
Miller and Moulton. When we come back, we've got an announcement.
Yeah.
And we think it's a pretty good announcement.
It went from big to pretty good. That's what happens during a show.
A big announcement. It's next.
David Moulton for Napa, Napa Auto Parts, and Napa Filters. Insist on Napa filters for your vehicles, or if you're a do-it-yourselfer, only buy Napa filters. Napa has a filter for almost anything on earth that moves, whether it's motorcycles, foreign and domestic cars, vans, SUVs, earth-moving equipment. You get the idea. Napa Auto Parts, Napa filters. Insist on them for your vehicles, or if you're a do-it-yourselfer, only buy Napa filters.
Ladies and gentlemen, once again.
Hi. Excuse me.
Hey, the line starts back here.
Ma'am, if your party's not here, you're gonna have to go around again.
If you had the opportunity to avoid all this, wouldn't you?
Salt Live is the official transportation provider of the Miller and Moulton Morning Show, making your trip to and from the airport seamless and stress-free. Salt Live is supported with the help of local partners like the Bayfront Inn. Gather your family and friends and enjoy a leisurely day on the water with a pontoon or deck boat. If you prefer to explore the waterways without a motor, the Bayfront has canoes, standboards, and kayaks. At the end of your journey, enjoy lunch or dinner at the Bamboo Tropical Bar and Grill. The Bayfront Inn, something for everyone on 5th Avenue in downtown Naples. BayfrontInNaples.com. When you need a ride, book with Salt Live Transportation, 308-8686, or book on saltlivetransportation.com.
Hello, friends and family of Southwest Florida. Are you looking to tap into the electric vehicle market? Well, look no further, because we here at Southwest Florida Golf Carts have just what you need. E-bikes, golf carts, LSVs, scooters, and more. Come down and talk with one of our experienced sales reps, have a soda and a smile, and you could be cruising the streets in your new EV today. Stop by the store or visit our website at flgolfcarts.com and enter for a chance to win $100 off your next purchase by answering John's monthly sports question.
You were listening to Miller and Moulton on the Florida Sports Network.
$50, Shoeless Joe's, dinner and a soft drink you get, right?
Yeah. Yep. You can purchase additional food and alcoholic beverages. We do have to say in the ad, Crown Plaza Bell Tower Shops, because apparently there's another Crown Plaza right off Alico there. And I think technically it's in Fort Myers. So we can't just say Crown Plaza Fort Myers because there's two. So we need to say Crown Plaza Bell Tower Shops. Where do people go and sign up?
It's going to be online when it gets done. It won't be till tomorrow.
Okay.
I couldn't get a hold of Jeff until late last night, so.
Same deal as last year, right?
Yeah.
Well, Hops, I offered to, but Mark said I didn't have to.
The doc lives in town.
Yeah, he lives 15 minutes away from where we're going to have the event.
Oh, it'll be easy to get through until Friday. I'm playing golf Friday. When I finish golf, wanting a beer after a round's kind of a nice thing, but no, I'm pretty comfortable right now.
You haven't played much golf lately, have you?
No, I've got my daughter.
Right.
And our course has been closed.
And then there's that. When we have Bill Bender on, I'm going to ask him one question about Northwestern off the top. And
Okay.
then I figure we can get to, the football.
Yeah, I'm cheap, Paul. I don't do a ton of reciprocals because it's cart fee and greens fees. And when I don't have to pay either of them at the course I play at because I own my own cart, dropping 100 every time I play golf is not something I need to do. I don't have it.
Yeah. Tell me about it. And if I did have it, I don't have to yesterday.
Jesus.
Golly. The world is kicking my butt right now. Kicking my butt.
It's all electrical, David. It's all electrical in your world.
Thank you. Thank you. It's a good line. I want to stab you in the eye for it, but it's a really good line. It's accurate, too.
Yeah, I know.
And I don't even have a Tesla.
You guys could start doing the electric slide around the house.
So excited. Okay, we can
It's
do the laundry and watch TV all at the same time. How about that?
Nice Fletch reference there, Hobbs.
Minimum of 50, by the way, we can sell.
Okay.
Might even be able to sell more.
Good.
Like they might put us into a bigger room. Apparently the room we had it in last year, they're doing work and they don't know if it's going to be done in time. So they may have to.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton, only on the Florida Sports Network. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
21 minutes past the hour. Top of the morning to you. Final Tuesday of July. Miller and Moulton, Florida Sports Network, floridasportsnetwork.com. Bill Bender, the sporting news. We'll talk Big Ten Media Days getting underway today in a little more than 15 minutes time. Radio voice of the Marlins, Kyle Sielaff, joins us. Top of the hour. Marlins and Rays begin a 2-game set in St. Pete tonight. Marlins snapped an 8-game skid with a walk-off win on Sunday. And Jason Cole, Hall of Fame voter in the Pro Football Hall of Fame, long-time NFL writer, has written 7 books with training camps underway in earnest today. We'll talk a little football, get our fix with Jason Cole coming up in a little more than an hour.
But we have an announcement.
Big announcement. Big.
You know what I figured out, David? And it's not so much about the announcements. It's that you and I kind of do our own thing. And it dawned on me yesterday about midway through the day when I went, we have to make this announcement tomorrow. I probably should let a few people in the Florida Sports Network know so that when we make this announcement, we can actually follow through with said announcement.
Nah. Let's just make it and, let the chips fall where they may.
And that's about what we're doing, because by the time I got a response from the person that handles the Florida Sports Network's webpage, it was, pretty late.
I'll get to it tomorrow.
Because I sent him a text in the 4 o'clock hour and got a response around 9:30.
But anyway, 3 weeks from tonight, we're having an event, a shindig. You may want to be a part of it. We're going to try to win you some money.
It is our second annual? No, third. How many of these have we had?
It's our third, but it's our second annual.
Okay, it's our third, but our second annual. That is true Miller and Moulton form right there.
Well, I think we did one. Was it first or second act? I thought it was second act. We did one. This is our third act, and this is our second year in a row doing it. So there. So it's our second annual. Yeah.
But it is our fantasy football summit.
Right.
It even has a sponsor. It's sponsored by the law firm of Michael F. Hornan.
How about that?
Yeah, if you've been arrested for a DUI or have a criminal matter or involved in an auto accident, call 239-437-0095 for a free consultation. A sponsor and a tagline.
And not only that, he's giving away something for free. It's like us giving away a T-shirt. People like that sort of thing.
But we are doing our fantasy football summit. And you got, where's it at? Get it right. I want to make sure we get this right.
Right. It's in the Crown Plaza, but there's two of them in Fort Myers. This is the old one, the Bell Tower Shops location, the old standby, Shoeless Joe's Sports Cafe. We're going to be in a side room. We take over the room. Dr. Roto, the featured guest. He's the top 20 fantasy guy in the country. That's not him saying it. That's his winnings saying it over the last 15 years. Dr. Roto. Basically, he's going to give you his cheat sheet. Okay, that's what he does. 2-3 hours. You ask him a bunch of questions. He answers them all. Then he gives you his website info and what have you. And you're in.
So there you have it. I would tell you to go to floridasportsnetwork.com right now to sign up.
Not yet.
Not yet.
Tomorrow sometime.
Probably later today.
Okay.
There will be an email. There will be a tweet. There will be a Facebook post. There will be a lot of social media on this later today.
Right. We're a well-oiled machine here, Miller and Moulton, the Florida Sports Network.
Squeaking like my chair.
3 weeks tonight. Dr. Roto, our second annual Fantasy Football Summit, brought to you by the law firm of Michael F. Hornan. So there. $50, by the way. You get a meal. You get a drink. Non-alcoholic. You can buy an alcoholic drink if you want. In fact, you can buy many. All right. But you get dinner, beverage, Dr. Roto. And seating is limited. So there. It's not exclusive, just limited.
It's an intimate event.
It is.
Not as intimate as Brady and his sleepover guest. Not that intimate.
I would hope not. Although we are in the basement of a hotel. Okay, so I mean, if a fantasy football summit / pseudo draft, will then make you go up to room 321. I mean, whatever it takes. I feel like a Mike Golick Sr. there. Remember when he used to talk about make it happen night with the wife and you get the music going? Anyway. Remember when Mike Golick used to do a morning radio show? Wow, that was a while ago.
It sure was. Remember our fantasy football summit 3 weeks from today.
Yeah. Yeah. And beginning tomorrow, you can sign up floridasportsnetwork.com, right?
There you go.
Good.
That leads us seamlessly into our Clutch Vodka play of the day. A sleep-deprived Felipe on the other side of the glass with a couple of yawns to get himself ready for this segment. What do you got for us today, Felipe?
Well, the Brewers beat the Reds yesterday on a walk-off, but the walk-off was just a single, so it's not that interesting. What was interesting was the home run that Ellie De La Cruz hit, because, they say it went 400 and something.
56. 456.
Yeah, it went to space.
Thank you.
La Cruz, high fly, deep right center, gone! That's out of the stadium. It went over the SUV. It cleared the stands. That ball had a family.
Good line.
That ball had a family. And it is now gone. And never to return, Ellie De La Cruz with another home run. The best show in baseball other than Shohei.
And that is our Clutch Vodka play of the day. Go to clutchspirits.com to check out more.
I contend 456 is a joke. Okay. As Jeff Brantley, you heard him say, that left the stadium. It was technically right center only because it was about 20 feet to the right of straightaway center field, but it was to a pretty deep part of the park. I would say the wall at that part of the park's around 390. 2 levels up was an SUV. It clears the SUV and leaves. Is that still Miller Park?
I believe so.
Or they changed the name. And it leaves the stadium. 456. That's when the golfer turns to his caddy and goes, "What the hell kind of yardage was that? I came up 20 yards short in the ravine."
That ball had a family. It's a good line.
Yes, it is.
It's really solid.
All that's left is for him to shatter a window on that SUV next time.
You know what's left for him to do, though? Get the Reds in the playoffs. Beating Milwaukee would help. They're 1-6 in July.
Not his. He's doing his part.
Yeah, he is. Yep. Reds are the 4 seed, though. Game and a half behind the Brewers for the division lead, but they are the number 1 wild card team in the National League at this moment in time. 5 teams separated by not much for 3 spots in the National League. Marlins tied for a playoff spot at the beginning of play today.
This is going to be a great race. I will say the added wildcard teams makes for great races.
Yeah, I'm in favor of it.
We should have tremendous wildcard races in both leagues right down to the very last day.
Well, and I love the fact that you got Reds, you got Marlins, you got Diamondbacks, who all are right there. That's cool because none of the 3 were expected to be there this year. I mean, you know, I won money on the Diamondbacks over under, what was it, 74.5, 78.5, something like that? I think it was 74.5. The Reds over under was around the same, and so was the Marlins. And right now they'd all be in the playoffs today. That's pretty cool.
And we'll see who joins them on that playoff run. The Padres and Mets, they look to be sellers. We'll switch gears from baseball to college football. Big Ten Media Days are getting started. Bill Bender will join us coming up right here on the Florida Sports Network. Miller and Moulton here for the Clutch Vodka Play of the Day.
Mark, remember Nick Charles, Fred Hickman, the CNN Play of the Day?
Yeah, CNN did a nightly sports show. That was a while ago.
Yes, it was. Just work with me. Everyone liked the pod, the Play of the Day. So how about we have the Clutch Vodka Play of the Day?
Sounds good. Fun. Smooth. Like Clutch Vodka.
Listen weekday mornings for the Clutch Vodka Play of the Day.
That's Clutch with a K.
Ladies and gentlemen, once again.
Yeah. Hi. Excuse me.
Hey, the line starts back here.
Ma'am, if your party's not here, you're going to have to go around again.
If you had the opportunity to avoid all this, wouldn't you?
Salt Live is the official transportation provider of the Miller and Moulton Morning Show, making your trip to and from the airport seamless and stress-free. Salt Live is supported with the help of local partners like the Bayfront Inn. Gather your family and friends and enjoy a leisurely day on the water with a pontoon or deck boat. If you prefer to explore the waterways without a motor, the Bayfront has canoes, standboards, and kayaks. At the end of your journey, enjoy lunch or dinner at the Bamboo Tropical Bar and Grill. The Bayfront Inn, something for everyone on 5th Avenue in downtown Naples. BayfrontInNaples.com. When you need a ride, book with Salt Live Transportation, 308-8686, or book on saltlivetransportation.com.
David Moulton for Napa, Napa Auto Parts, and Napa Filters. Insist on Napa filters for your vehicles, or if you're a do-it-yourselfer, only buy Napa filters. Napa has a filter for almost anything on earth that moves, whether it's motorcycles, foreign and domestic cars, vans, SUVs, earth-moving equipment. You get the idea. Napa Auto Parts, Napa filters. Insist on them for your vehicles, or if you're do-it-yourselfer, only buy Napa filters.
You are listening to Miller and Moulton on the Florida Sports Network.
Barkley signed a 1-year deal with the Giants?
Yeah, during our show, apparently.
Yeah, it just happened.
By the way, every time I try to click on somebody's Twitter, I get like a generic thing. I can't look at anybody's Twitter page anymore. I don't know if it's my phone or what. This whole Twitter X thing. That's what I keep getting.
And I'm not getting it when I... I did see that, DC.
Isn't that spectacular? Robert, be safe this year. Hope to have you sign up beginning tomorrow. Do you know Nomster?
Do I know?
Nomster says, yo, is that the Mark Miller?
I don't know. It's the David Moulton.
Right, it's that Mark Miller. Felipe, you're dressed like an old man today. You got the jacket, you got the hat, you got the glasses. This is as old as you can look.
Felipe's tired today. He's going to fall asleep on us.
I'm only wearing the jacket because in the editing bay...
Oh, yeah, they're cold.
It is Arctic.
Yeah.
Colder than in here, huh?
Much colder.
Is that a Cub shirt, by the way?
It is a Cub shirt.
Okay.
I got it at a dollar store for $2. Or a thrift store, I should say.
No, actually, that sounds about right. It's false advertising.
In the 60s, DC. They keep it at like 69 in here. It's frigid.
And it's a Nike golf shirt, too. I'm like, damn.
For $2, it's pretty good.
Look like I work for the Cubs.
As an usher.
Usher or scout. Either one.
Well, that's true. Actually, you're well dressed for a scout.
All I need is my little book and my pen.
Got the glasses and the hat.
It's got trouble with the curves.
I actually like that movie, but I'm a fan of her.
Great movie. Great movie.
I actually thought Timberlake was good in it.
Bill's on hold. We're back in 30.
All right.
Welcome back to Miller and Moulton, only on the Florida Sports Network.
22 minutes before the hour. Thanks so much for being with us. Miller and Moulton, the Florida Sports Network. While we were announcing last segment our second annual Fantasy Football Summit, which is 3 weeks from tonight with Dr. Roto, brought to you by the law firm of Michael F. Hornung. Saquon Barkley and the Giants came together on a one-year deal worth up to $11 million. He'll get $2 million up front, and Saquon's going to report to camp immediately. So that leaves Josh Jacobs as a holdout, and he's the lone guy. And Saquon played for Penn State, which is Big Ten media and coaches and athletes getting ready for Big Ten Media Days. That includes Bill Bender of the Sporting News. You can follow Bill on Twitter at BillBender92. Bill Bender 92. Bill, it's David and Mark. Hope you've been well. Thanks for doing this. How are you?
Hey, I'm doing well. Thanks for having me on.
Well, it is always our pleasure. Listen, we have no idea how big and how long the story is going to be, but I just want to ask you your gut feeling about the future of Northwestern football. Of course, not really knowing what the damage is going to be, but knowing there is going to be some. Bill, my fear is Northwestern's about to become not Northwestern of the 80s, but maybe Kansas of the 2010s.
Yeah, it's going to be rough. Obviously a lot of this has to play out from a legal standpoint. There have been more lawsuits and those kind of things, and the ugly type of press that comes when you have incidents like this. So I think definitely going to be a little bit going to get worse before it gets better. I think this season's going to be particularly worse, but still a good job. I mean, still a good job in the Big Ten, in a good place with good facilities. You have to win differently. You have to do things creatively from a recruiting standpoint. And Pat was able to do that on the field with the exception of the last few years. But this off the field stuff is really going to be tough to overcome.
All right, let's get to on the field. Ryan Day, I feel, has pressure for the first, more pressure than normal. When you're the Ohio State coach, there's a level of pressure that goes with that job. But now with 2 consecutive losses to Michigan, there's even more pressure. Where do the Buckeyes seem to fit? Because this looks to be another really good Michigan team. How good are the Buckeyes this year?
I mean, the Buckeyes have more talent, probably, more first-round talent anyway, starting with guys like Marvin Harrison and JT Tuimoloau and Jack Sawyer and Emeka Egbuka. But you're right. I mean, this is the first time there's any real tangible pressure. I've been using kind of the phrase, it's kind of uncomfortable because last year was, obviously the first time they've lost back-to-back. It would be the first time they'd lose 3 in a row since the 90s if it happens this year. And but the way they play against Georgia and almost beat Georgia, kind of, I guess what gets talked around here in Central Ohio more isn't losing to Michigan. It's what would have happened if Marvin Harrison wouldn't have got knocked out of the game, if that makes sense.
Well, it does. And what we're also wondering is, Michigan's going to be preseason top 5 and Penn State in all likelihood preseason top 10. Is this going to be the first time in a long time that when the media and coaches vote that maybe Ohio State's not picked to win the East?
It's be the first time in a long time. And
right.
Penn State, I'll have to look that up when I get off the phone. I mean, Penn State probably will take some votes away that they typically don't take. Michigan will probably be picked to win the conference. The Cleveland.com poll will come out this morning. And, but it feels to me like the mid-90s again, which is kind of cool, is Penn State, Michigan, and Ohio State all have their A game right now. And when they had that, you remember in the 90s, Penn State was undefeated in 94. Michigan won it all in 97. Ohio State, 98. If they didn't lose to Michigan State, they probably would have won the national title. So those games will be awesome this season, and I can't wait for them.
Well, speaking of the Nittany Lions, is this the best team that Franklin's ever had there?
That's a good question. I stopped short just because that team that had McSorley and Saquon's obviously in the news today, they were really good too. They were a pit loss away from being in the college football playoff. But in terms of hype, this is probably the most excited they've been about a Penn State team since 1999 when they had LeVar Arrington and Courtney Brown. And that obviously wasn't a James Franklin team. It really does come down to the Ohio State and Michigan games. Can you win those? They haven't beat Ohio State since 16. They've had a back and forth with Michigan, but they've lost the last two. And, if you really look at it, those Michigan-Penn State games have been difference makers in the Big Ten race. And it was close one year. Last year, not so much. Remember, Michigan ran all over them last year.
Bill, what is the tiebreaker if Penn State, Michigan, and Ohio State all beat each other, if you know what I mean, and they all only have one loss? I mean, does it come down to BCS ranking, even though it's not the BCS anymore? You know what I mean. Will it come down to national ranking? And if that's the case, Ohio State's advantage could be the fact they've got that road game against Notre Dame. I mean, if these three schools all end up 11-1, I would think Ohio State's resume would be the best.
Yeah, I sketched that out last year before the Michigan-Penn State game, and it is. I believe it's the ranking. It's really kind of – and that would favor Ohio State because of that Notre Dame game. And, that every time I think, hey, this could happen, all three go 11-1. I know somebody on Twitter, I hate to not give them credit for this, but I saw this tweet last week where it's very reminiscent of, remember that year in 2009 where Texas Tech, and Oklahoma,
yes,
11-1, right. And they gave it to who? Oklahoma, right, with the highest rating. Or no, they gave it to Texas with the highest rating.
Well, I think it was 2008, and they gave it to Oklahoma.
Yeah, 2008 with Oklahoma. So
right,
because they beat Texas Tech by a bunch of points late in the season. So yeah, it could be a situation like that where two of the three don't go home happy.
Well, we've agree in a big way. Is there anybody from the West that is going to rise above, or is this going to be a dogfight to see who wins the West?
Same dogfight, but I mean, the fact that Purdue could win it last year showed how wide open it can be. I do think Wisconsin with Luke Fickell, the transition, maybe it takes a while on the field, but I also feel like they're going to be very good and well coached under Luke. Iowa will take a step up with Cade McNamara in that offense that became a little bit of a national punchline last year. But when you add Cade McNamara and Eric Hall, they're going to do what they do. Minnesota, a lot of people are thinking they're a sleeper. When that poll comes out, I'm actually interested to see who the media is picking to win the Big Ten West because it's one of the more wide open divisions in the country.
Talking Big Ten Media Days in the conference with Bill Bender of The Sporting News. You can follow Bill on Twitter at Bill Bender. I believe it is 92. Okay. Bill Bender, 92. All right. The Big Ten as a whole, Bill, this huge media deal, which goes into effect this year, USC, UCLA entering the conference next year. Is this the greatest time in the history of this conference?
Yeah. I mean, from a money standpoint, it's super exciting. When you have the Big Ten coming on CBS and stealing that theme song from the SEC, you have the Big Ten on NBC is going to be a prime time to do and has really good analysts. Josh Perry's one that's up and coming. You bring in UCLA and USC, and not only that, I mean, you look at the collection of coaches that the Big Ten will have next year when you add Lincoln Riley and Chip Kelly to it. And it's not the SEC yet. The SEC, the difference between the Big Ten and the SEC, both conferences have all those things, but the SEC has the national championships. And that's the difference. But the Big Ten will be super interesting with those schools coming in. great game, great traditions, all the things that it's going to be different. I mean, obviously, I grew up in Big Ten country, conditioned to not really like UCLA and USC too much when you got to the Rose Bowl, but it will be cool to have them in it.
You know, the one thing I look at, and I grew up in Big Ten country as well, Bill, and I'm just curious your thoughts. You know, we talked about the West briefly, but when you add a USC and you have these big three in the East and you start losing divisions, it's going to be great on top. But for the stories like last year of Purdue having a shot to get to a Big Ten title game, they may be non-existent going forward.
Yeah, I talked to Urban Meyer about that last year, and he said, you know, there's going to be I forget how many schools he told me, maybe 4 or 5 that have zero chance of getting to the Big Ten championship game. And that is one of the trade-offs, because they will schedule around to make sure that there are, you know, really good conference championship games. And in fairness, the Big Ten hasn't had really good conference championship games since they split into East and West. I mean, the West Division has yet to win a Big Ten championship. So that's a trade-off that's worth it to me. I mean, those schools could still strive to get the bowl games. Those schools will still happily take that money that they're going to get from all the TV deals.
Is there a team like Michigan State 2 years ago, the Iowa team of 2015 that was undefeated in the regular season? Is there a team that you look at and you go, I got to admit, I think this team's pretty good, when everybody else thinks they're okay?
I mean, Minnesota, I talked about them earlier. They got experience at quarterback. PJ's been close. And in that division, you know, it comes down to the Iowa and Wisconsin game, and he's started to pick them off. He's got to do it in the same year. But they're a team to watch on that side of the division. I think Nebraska is super interesting to me because, you know, Matt Rule is there, obviously. They bring in Jeff Sims from Georgia Tech. He's played a lot of football. I think their goal needs to just be to get to a bowl game, as maybe that's not the goal that Nebraska fans want, but just to build that program and start to win some of those one-score heartbreakers they've lost over the years, especially when they had Scott Frost.
What about Illinois? Bielema had a nice year last year. Can they continue on where they're going, or is that defense going to be good enough to hold up in the West?
I mean, they're still going to have good players. They're going to have Jason Newton, some guys that stayed back and didn't go to the NFL from that defense. You know, obviously, Luke Altmaier at quarterback, an Ole Miss guy, another transfer roulette type deal for Brett Bielema. They did have some really talented players go to the NFL, Witherspoon and Chase Brown. And losing Walters will be we'll see how they do with that. But Brett Bielema has created a physical style that won in the West the last time he was there at Wisconsin. It won in the West when he was a player at Iowa. And I would look for them to have continued success in that division. They were close to winning it last year. They were close to beating Michigan.
Some interesting officiating, and they might very well have won that game late. Speaking of Michigan, Bill, we'll end it with the Wolverines. They've won it now 2 years in a row. Are they, for the first time under Harbaugh, and maybe for the first time since Lloyd Carr 25 years ago, are they the team to beat?
They are, and, they're going to have to handle those expectations because they do have the nation's best backfield with McCarthy and Corum, and provided Corum's still healthy enough to, look like he did last year, and Donovan Edwards. They've got a loaded defense. They've worked the transfer portal well. Now, anytime they have expectations like that, people are quick to bring up, well, we all know what happened with App State and how that went. But I think this team's a little bit different because they've won Big Ten championships now. And now the goal isn't just to beat Ohio State and win the Big Ten championship. That is the primary goal. They've got to go out and win a playoff game. That TCU loss last year was a glaring missed opportunity. And I think that's the motivation for this program under Harbaugh this year.
No question about it, Bill. Bill, very appreciative of your time and your insight. Hope things are well with you and the family. Safe travels, and hopefully we could talk again early in the season.
Hey, no problem. Thanks for having me on. Take care.
Bill Bender of the Sporting News. You can follow him on Twitter at BillBender92. BillBender92. One of the hardest working good guys in the business.
No doubt. Michigan's got a couple of tricky spots at Nebraska, at Minnesota, back-to-back weeks. Not saying they shouldn't get through it, but back-to-back road games. Nebraska's going to be improved. Minnesota's got a good team. Then they finish at Penn State, at Maryland, Ohio State.
They're 9-0 when they play Penn State, though.
They better be.
Yeah. But if Penn State's going to get them, I mean, Penn State hasn't been very competitive in the Big House. If Penn State's going to get them, all right, and it'll likely be a must-win for Penn State if we're assuming they will have already lost in Columbus. So Penn State knows, listen, we got to win this game or we're out. And if we win this game, look out. So Big Ten, the East is loaded. The big three all good at the same time. First time in, a while.
And Michigan, the hunted, really for the first time in a long time. And I know Ohio State and Penn State are right there, but Michigan's the team to beat in the Big Ten, and we have not said that in a long, long time. Miller and Moulton. We'll switch and talk a little Marlins next. Kyle Sielaff, the voice of the Marlins, comes to join us right here on the Florida Sports Network. Miller and Moulton here for the Clutch Vodka Play of the Day.
Mark, remember Nick Charles, Fred Hickman, the CNN Play of the Day?
Yeah, CNN did a nightly sports show. That was a while ago.
Yes, it was. Just work with me. Everyone liked the pod, the Play of the Day. So how about we have the Clutch Vodka Play of the Day?
Sounds good. Fun. Smooth. Like Clutch Vodka.
Listen weekday mornings for the Clutch Vodka Play of the Day.
That's Clutch with a K.
Ladies and gentlemen, once again.
Yeah. Hi. Excuse me.
Hey, the line starts back here.
Ma'am, if your party's not here, you're going to have to go around again.
If you had the opportunity to avoid all this, wouldn't you?
Salt Live is the official transportation provider of the Miller and Moulton Morning Show, making your trip to and from the airport seamless and stress-free. Salt Live is supported with the help of local partners like the Bayfront Inn. Gather your family and friends and enjoy a leisurely day on the water with a pontoon or deck boat. If you prefer to explore the waterways without a motor, the Bayfront has canoes, standboards, and kayaks. At the end of your journey, enjoy lunch or dinner at the Bamboo Tropical Bar and Grill. The Bayfront Inn, something for everyone on 5th Avenue in downtown Naples. BayfrontInNaples.com. When you need a ride, book with Salt Live Transportation, 308-8686, or book on saltlivetransportation.com.
David Moulton for Napa, Napa Auto Parts, and Napa Filters. Insist on Napa filters for your vehicles, or if you're a do-it-yourselfer, only buy Napa filters. Napa has a filter for almost anything on earth that moves, whether it's motorcycles, foreign and domestic cars, vans, SUVs, earth-moving equipment. You get the idea. Napa Auto Parts, Napa filters. Insist on them for your vehicles, or if you're do-it-yourselfer, only buy Napa filters.
Located on the East Trail, locally owned Naples Tiki Bar and Grill is an outdoor eatery next to the Hitching Post Shopping Center. Island-inspired food with a true tiki theme. The best place in Naples to enjoy the beautiful weather in Southwest Florida. The Naples Tiki Bar and Grill offers a great menu for dine-in or takeout. Enjoy our famous pulled pork, huge burgers, and tiki bar cocktails. Don't miss happy hour every day from 3 to 6, and live music 7 days a week. See you soon at the Naples Tiki Bar and Grill, 11498 Tamiami Trail East.
The waterways of Naples are a beauty to behold, and the Bayfront Inn has multiple ways for guests to enjoy the water and have some fun. Gather your family and friends and enjoy a leisurely day on the water with a pontoon or deck boat. If you prefer to explore the waterways without a motor, the Bayfront has canoes, standboards, and kayaks. At the end of your journey, enjoy lunch or dinner at the Bamboo Tropical Bar and Grill, the Bayfront Inn. Something for everyone. On 5th Avenue in Naples.
You were listening to Miller and Moulton on the Florida Sports Network.
Yeah, Illinois did get absolutely screwed in that Michigan game last year. And it is tough for me to put faith in PJ Fleck. I think he's a hell of a used car salesman. And whenever we want to talk PJ Fleck, we'll call our buddy Pat Royce. God, I love him.
I don't have a college football team I'm rooting against yet this year. Just one pro team. I mean,
You are listening to Miller and Moulton, exclusively on the Florida Sports Network. And now here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
It is the third and final hour, at least along the network of Miller and Moulton, the Florida Sports Network, floridasportsnetwork.com. It is the final Tuesday of July. Just like that, the month is moving right along. Couldn't move fast enough for the Marlins. They had an 8-game losing streak, which they snapped Sunday late afternoon. Thank goodness. Then they got a day off. Thank goodness. Now they're in St. Pete, getting ready for a 2-game interleague series against the Rays. Their radio voice, Kyle Sielaff's kind enough to join us once again. You can follow Kyle on Twitter, Kyle_Sielaff, SIELAFF. Kyle, David, and Mark, top of the morning to you. How are you?
Good morning, guys. How you doing? Thanks so much for having me on again.
Well, we are doing fine, and thank you for joining us. Is it just a coincidence that when they sent down Yuri Perez, that they lost 8 in a row? Because I got to admit, it was a bad look. I understand young guy, innings limit and what have you, but I mean, if you're going to throw your innings, shouldn't you throw them in Miami instead of Jacksonville?
So here's the situation, and I totally understand the optics of it, and it's hard. It's hard to look at as a fan, and I totally get that. But what they're doing, and I mean, I know a lot of people understand this, is that he's taking a break right now so he can rejoin this team for a possible push towards the playoffs later this summer. It's one of those things where I hate it just as much as the next person, but it's a necessary evil in today's game, the way in which it's played and the way that these young kids throw. And it's a 20-year-old kid, his body's still growing and developing. And I asked this. I went and I asked somebody this. I said, you know, why? They were taking such good care of him. Couldn't he have continued to pitch in the big leagues? And the answer is essentially no, because there's information out there would indicate for a guy of his age and his physical stature and the way in which he throws, he's at more of a risk, especially now that he's hit innings limits, if he would have just continued to pitch. So it's just one of those things. It's a necessary evil right now, and he'll be back soon. He's going to pitch again this season for the Marlins. And do I think it's just a coincidence that they lost 8 in a row? Maybe a little bit, because, you know, they sent him down. They won the next 2 games after they sent him down. Obviously, he has missed greatly in the rotation, but if other guys can step up in the rotation, they're going to be okay, and it's only going to be better for this team when he does return from Double-A Pensacola.
All right. The trade deadline is coming up. If you were to look at this, and you know, obviously the 8-game losing streak notwithstanding, but the things have changed a little bit. What is the biggest glaring need, if there is one, maybe that is bigger than the others, if they're going to make a move here in the next 7 days?
Yeah, man, I think you got to talk about pitching, because you can never have enough pitching. And it's funny we're talking about Yuri, but you can never have enough pitching. And I think that's an area that they may try to get better at. And, you know, another area, when you really sit down and on the surface level and take a look at some of the numbers, Marlins have gotten a ton of hits this season. They've hit for a terrific average, top 10 in baseball. They've had a really hard time scoring runs, especially in the power department. So I would certainly suspect that the Marlins are probably out there right now scouring the market and seeing if there's any power bats out there that potentially help out a rise in Soler in this lineup. And I know a lot of people have been clamoring for that to happen by now, but it's really hard to do right now because teams still believe they're in it. And you have to overpay to the extent where it simply may not be worth it. So, we got to wait for another week. The deadline is next Tuesday. We're a week away from it. And you're probably going to see some teams weed themselves out in the next 3 to 4 days, as crazy as that may sound. And some of the asking prices for some of these guys will come down. And at that point, the Marlins might be able to pull the trigger on something.
Yeah, I think a third baseman, a middle of the order third baseman, would go a long way for the Marlins right now. Kyle Sielaff, their radio voice, kind enough to join us here on Miller and Moulton. Let's be honest, though. Let's actually, do the glass half full thing. They're tied for a playoff spot here with a week left in July. I mean, take yourself back to spring training. We had somebody on who's been covering this team for 25 years. And he said on opening day, I know what a good team looks like. And this is not a good team. Okay. What were you thinking about this group 4 months ago?
I wasn't sure. If I'm being totally honest with you, I don't know, because this is a team that came in with little to no expectations, with a first-year manager, with guys that we had never seen before, with guys that were here last year that underperformed, and you had no idea if they would step it up this year. So, I knew the pitching would be there. I knew that they would pitch well enough to win games, but had no idea that they'd be able to string wins together or, beat really good teams and then do something they haven't done in a long time, and that's, absolutely destroy bad teams and just get really fat and happy on really bad teams. So, I don't know. That's what makes the whole thing so fun. You just don't know, and it absolutely sucks to come out of the All-Star break and lose 8 in a row. But I tweeted this last night. Phillies have lost 5 of 6. The Giants have lost 6 in a row. Everybody else in a wild card picture right now keeps on losing. So it happens. But now can the Marlins, with one of the toughest schedules in baseball the rest of the way, calm the waters a little bit and start to get themselves some wins, because it's going to be a very, very difficult final 2 months of the season. It is super exciting to sit here and talk about them in a playoff position at this juncture of the season and potentially fighting for one throughout the course of August and September. But I don't know. It's crazy. I think that's what makes it so fun. I think that's what makes the game of baseball so fun, is teams that you're like, they might win 65, 70 games. Can win 80, 85. They can go to the playoffs, and I'm certainly hoping that's what the Marlins can do this year.
What has Skip Schumacher done differently this year than you've seen in the past? What is it that had worked? And I know the 8, we kind of harped on this 8-game losing streak, but up until then, the Marlins playing exceptional baseball. What's been different this year from his standpoint?
Oh, it's a really good question. It really is. Sometimes it's just a different voice is needed. And Don Mattingly is somebody I consider a friend. He's an unbelievable man, and sometimes a different voice is needed. A different voice is needed. Skip came in. It's been a different culture. I would say a no-nonsense attitude, in that when you show up to the ballpark, the people that are spending money to watch you play, we're not going to embarrass them or ourselves or the franchise, and we're going to win games. Now, beyond Skip, Mel Stottlemyre Jr., Jason Hart, John Mabry, Brant Brown, all these other folks that Skip in particular brought in. Now, Mel was one of the very few holdovers. He has a great staff. Skip deserves a ton of credit for pressing all the right buttons this season, but he can't do it without his staff. His new hitting staff has been incredible in the game planning and the information and just getting to know these guys on a very human level in terms of what they can digest, what they can't, what they want, what they don't want. So a lot of the credit really does go to Skip's staff, but Skip set a tone from day one of spring training, and it's a tone that has carried over. And I think what's been most encouraging to see over the course of the last 2 weeks, amidst a lot of the losing, is that every single player has kind of stuck by one another, and that there's no panic, but there's a sense of urgency, and they realize that. But the clubhouse is not fractured. The coaching staff is not fractured. They're still hanging in there together, and they just say, we're going to keep fighting, and we're going to get ourselves out of it.
Kyle, what are the coaches saying about Sandy, because if you break, I mean, the 3-9 with an ERA of 4.7 is obviously not good, but he's given up a hit an inning. His whip is under 1.3. His strikeout to walk ratio is 3-1. I mean, it's kind of like his numbers are like his last start when he gave up 4 in the first and then threw 5 shutout innings afterwards. I mean, what is it that they're saying about him? Because a year ago at this time, he was the best pitcher in baseball.
Yeah, it's really bizarre. And I think what's most, I guess you could probably say frustrating is, to your point, he'll give up 4 runs in an inning and then he'll throw 6 shutout after that. It's like, what? You know, like what happened? Where'd that come from? Like there's 4 runs in an inning, it blows up, and then there's vintage Sandy. It's like, whoa, it's bizarre. Now, I would say make of this what you will, that he has, and there's plenty of information that would back this. He's been one of the more unlucky pitchers in baseball this season in terms of the now inability to shift. A lot of the ground balls that were hit on the ground last season are sneaking through. And remember, Sandy Alcantara is a contact pitcher. I stand by the fact that if he wanted to punch out 10 a game, I think he could do it, but it's not how he pitches. He's an old school pitcher pitching in today's day and age where he pitches to contact. That's why he was so brilliant last season when he was going 8 and 9 innings all the time, because he knew how to pitch to contact, and he still knows how to do that. Balls are sneaking through. Now, that cannot be an excuse when they're playing pepper with a ball at times, and, the Cardinals take him deep in the first inning, gives up 4 runs, and, some of that stuff. It's weird. It's really weird. The stuff is still there. He's certainly staying positive. Everybody is, but it's bizarre to watch 1 inning every single start and then 5 or 6 shutout after that.
Kyle Sielaff, the radio voice of the Marlins, tonight, 6:40 against the Rays, and then quick turnaround, a mighty nooner on Wednesday, and then the Marlins, leave town. Kyle, thanks so much for your time. Hope Sunday was the beginning of good times for the Marlins, who would be in the playoffs if the playoffs started today. So far from all is lost. Thanks, Kyle.
All right, guys. Thank you so much. Take care. Have a great day.
Kyle Sielaff, radio voice of the Marlins. Follow him on Twitter, Kyle_Sielaff, SIELAFF.
These guys both need these 2 games.
These are arguably the most meaningful regular season games that the Rays and Marlins have ever played against each other.
There's no doubt.
Because they're both in the playoffs if the playoffs started today. The Marlins in a 3-way tie for 2 spots in the National League. Giants, Arizona, Marlins all tied. Phillies a half a game back. And, of course, the Rays are the 4 seed. So the Marlins are the 5 or the 6, and the Rays are the 4 right now in the playoffs in baseball. And obviously they've never both made the playoffs, well, except for the pandemic year. In a full season, they both haven't made the playoffs in the same year.
So 6:40 tonight, Rays and Marlins, and as David mentioned, the mighty nooner tomorrow. The Marlins go to Detroit after this series. The Rays go to Houston.
And then the Yankees. They go on the road for the Astros and the Yankees to the Rays after the series.
And after the Marlins get the Tigers, they get the Phillies.
Right. A 4-gamer, by the way, against the Phillies, Monday through Thursday. At home. At home. Big.
Miller and Moulton. Thanks so much for listening. We'll talk some NFL with Jason Cole coming up at the bottom of the hour right here on the Florida Sports Network.
David Moulton for Napa Auto Parts, and Napa Filters. Insist on Napa filters for your vehicles, or if you're a do-it-yourselfer, only buy Napa filters. Napa has a filter for almost anything on earth that moves, whether it's motorcycles, foreign and domestic cars, vans, SUVs, earth-moving equipment. You get the idea. Napa Auto Parts, Napa filters. Insist on them for your vehicles, or if you're do-it-yourselfer, only buy Napa filters.
Hello, friends and family of Southwest Florida. Are you looking to tap into the electric vehicle market? Well, look no further, because we here at Southwest Florida Golf Carts have just what you need. E-bikes, golf carts, LSVs, scooters, and more. Come down and talk with one of our experienced sales reps, have a soda and a smile, and you could be cruising the streets in your new EV today. Stop by the store or visit our website at flgolfcarts.com and enter for a chance to win $100 off your next purchase by answering John's monthly sports question.
Ladies and gentlemen, hi. Excuse me.
Hey, the line starts back here.
Ma'am, if your party's not here, you're going to have to go around again.
If you had the opportunity to avoid all this, wouldn't you?
Salt Live is the official transportation provider of the Miller and Moulton Morning Show, making your trip to and from the airport seamless and stress-free. Salt Live is supported with the help of local partners like the Bayfront Inn. Gather your family and friends and enjoy a leisurely day on the water with a pontoon or deck boat. If you prefer to explore the waterways without a motor, the Bayfront has canoes, standboards, and kayaks. At the end of your journey, enjoy lunch or dinner at the Bamboo Tropical Bar and Grill. The Bayfront Inn, something for everyone on 5th Avenue in downtown Naples. BayfrontInNaples.com. When you need a ride, book with Salt Live Transportation, 308-8686, or book on saltlivetransportation.com.
You are listening to Miller and Moulton on the Florida Sports Network.
You got anything here?
I don't.
We should plug the event.
Yep.
Saquon?
Yeah, might as well. I did see here that he did not get a no franchise tag clause, meaning the Giants can tag him again after the season. That's what Schefter's reporting. Does that mean they could tag him twice?
You're allowed to tag a player twice.
Right, but this isn't. So this year is not a tag. This year is not a tag. He just signed a 1-year deal. That's not a franchise tag. He's playing for $11 million.
Right. But I think it's the placing of the tag. I think you're only allowed to tag a guy twice.
Okay, they can tag him again next year, though.
Well, they definitely can.
I could really go for 2 empanadas, a pizza, probably a grilled cheese sandwich.
Yes. From what I'm reading, it's considered the fact that they tagged him.
Okay, so
that's one.
They
can do it again next year.
I'd eat 12 croquetas right now if you had them, Felipe. 12. Instead, I'm going to wait till the show's over. I'm going to exercise, and then I'm going to have a smoothie with blueberries and spinach. Doesn't sound nearly as good.
No. Although a slice of pizza would be amazing.
The best place, well, the empanadas that are on right on Ben Hill and Coconut or corkscrew. Manolos?
Mm-hmm. Those are great.
Hops, what do you mean you don't see upside for the Giants? I mean,
you get him in camp.
You only have him for 1 year. If he hurts himself, you have no commitment beyond this year.
I hope he has another year and finally gets paid.
Well, if he didn't get paid this year, he ain't going to get paid next year.
He ain't ever getting paid.
It's ridiculous.
I mean, he ain't going to get it, 1 year at a time, maybe.
I thought the idea was to pay your most valuable players.
Not if they're running backs.
Oh, wow. I remember Jack. Had that great Dunmore team in the late 80s with the Ruddies.
Yeah, one of my favorite teachers passed away the other day. Football coach, teacher, Bob Sim, died young of cancer. Really sucked.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton, exclusively on the Florida Sports Network.
21 minutes past the hour. Miller and Moulton, Florida Sports Network, floridasportsnetwork.com. Longtime NFL writer Jason Cole to join us. He's also one of the Pro Football Hall of Fame voters. He'll join us coming up in a little more than 15 minutes' time. We had an announcement an hour ago. I want to keep getting the word out. 3 weeks tonight, it's our second annual Fantasy Football Summit. We've had more than two, but this is just first time we're actually doing it 2 years in a row. So it's the second annual Miller and Moulton Fantasy Football Summit brought to you by the law firm Michael F. Hornuck. It's going to be in Fort Myers. It's going to be at the Crown Plaza. There's two of them. This is going to be at the one in Bell Tower Shop, Shoeless Joe Sports Cafe. They got a side room. 50 spots available. If there's huge interest, well, we can move it to a banquet room and do more. But right now it's limited to 50. And 50 is the number because it's $50. You get dinner, coffee, soft drinks. If you want alcohol, you got to pay for it. And Dr. Roto, 2-3 hours. Ask him anything you want. Take notes. Get all his info.
Felipe and I will be sitting right in the front taking notes with you.
And so there you have it. 3 weeks tonight. Tuesday, the 15th of August. You can sign up beginning tomorrow at floridasportsnetwork.com. That sounds like a Miller and Moulton thing, right? Announce it today. Oh, I'm really interested. Got to wait till tomorrow. That sounds like us.
That's on us.
Yeah, that does. So,
we'll try to do better next year.
Hey, we're just trying to have, listen, if we have a third annual, we are cooking with heat, baby.
You got that right.
That means some things have changed for the better if that happens. It's a hot steaming situation if we have a third annual.
But for the most part, Miller and Moulton feel a lot like an NFL running back. May have put in a good year last year, but that doesn't mean squat for next year.
Got that right. We ain't getting more than a 1 year contract either. Man, we really are an NFL running back now that you mention it. Damn. Wow. I was feeling pretty good during the show and everything. Now I'm depressed.
Don't be. Just put your head down, run through a hole, and we'll try to do this again. Just 1 year at a time, David. We've never been franchise tagged either.
Well, I wouldn't mind working 1 year for 10, 11 million. I got to be honest. And apparently Saquon Barkley and the Giants worked out a deal. And see, there's this little, since they didn't work out a long-term deal by last week, that doesn't mean they couldn't negotiate a 1 year deal. I mean, if the Giants weren't interested, he would have had to sign the tag at 10.1 million or not sign the tag and not play. Since the Giants tagged him, he couldn't play for anybody else. But the Giants and Barkley, apparently, with camp getting underway in earnest today, Giants threw gave him $2 million up front in the signing bonus and threw an extra $1 million potentially on top of the pile. Hey, you can make $11 million this year instead of 10. Is that enough? Here's $2 million for you to come to camp, and here's an extra $1 million just because, well, we really do like you despite everything we've said in private these last few weeks.
Now, one of the parts of the contract is basically there's not a tag clause, so they can tag Barkley next year again.
Right. Because there have been times when players have negotiated the 1-year deal after getting tagged, and part of the negotiation is you can't tag me next year. Kirk Cousins has done that effectively. Signed contracts where he works it, where at the end of it, he cannot be tagged. Just like at the end of this coming season. The Vikings cannot tag him, I believe. They have to negotiate a deal, or he can be a free agent.
And get paid again.
Guaranteed money. Again.
Because Kirk gets paid.
Guaranteed money, too. All but like $2 million that he's earned in his career has been fully guaranteed. And that is, what these first-round picks, these quarterbacks of signing, C.J. Stroud, Bryce Young, they're 4-year, nearly $40 million deals. They're fully guaranteed. I mean, that money is fully guaranteed. Now, whether or not they get their 5th-year option picked up, which would also be guaranteed if it is, but they're the 4 for damn near 40. That's guaranteed for Young and Stroud. And Richardson also. I think there's one, the Seahawks DB at 5 is the only guy I think left unsigned, unless he signed in the last 24 hours and I missed it. I don't know what's holding that up.
But Barkley gets his deal. The running back conference Zoom call that they held was cute. It was neat. Nice of them to try to come up with something that's going to get them paid, even though what they did means nothing. I love the idea of them talking, but it's not going to amount to anything.
So I was having a talk with somebody last night in which if you're the running backs, because obviously they have 7 more years left on the CBA, there's nothing these guys can do. Would you rather negotiate it where you can become a free agent sooner, or would you rather negotiate it where you can sign a long-term deal right off the hop? Because, Mark, let's role play for a second here. I'm a running back. You're the team. The rules get changed 7 years from now, where instead of 5 years till free agency for a first-round picks, let's just say it gets reduced to 4. At which point, if that were to happen, then if you're a 2nd through 7th round pick, you likely would become a free agent within 3 years. Well, you tell me, you going to pay me when I reach free agency a year sooner, or are you going to move off of me a year sooner? And even if, let's just say as a running back, I get best of both worlds. I negotiate first round from 5 years down to 4, and we negotiate it where you can only tag me once. You can't tag me twice. Like right now, if you draft a running back in the first round, you potentially can own him for 7 years. Let's just say I work it 7 years from now where you, at best case scenario, can only own me for 5. You going to pay me after 5? Or are you going to get rid of me 2 years sooner?
See, from the way things are going, they would get rid of you 2 years sooner.
Right. I mean, look at Dalvin Cook, 4 years. And nobody wants Dalvin Cook. Nobody's willing to offer more than $7-8 million a year for Dalvin Cook. I mean, he's the top 7 running back in the league.
Although the analytics say his numbers are slipping. If you look at where he was a couple of years ago, he was top 5 in every category. He's now bottom 25% in a few. So,
and some wonder, is that just him slowing down or his shoulder? Because he's played the last 2 years with a banged up shoulder, at which he's gotten, quote unquote, fully fixed. Okay. We'll see. But you got Josh Jacobs, who got on a plane and left Vegas yesterday. He's like, screw these guys. I'm out of here. And Dalvin Cook's just hanging out at home going, no, I'm good. We'll wait to see training camp. Let's see how many people get hurt. I'm good.
It's a game I'd play if I was Cook. wouldn't even think about signing at this point. You don't want to go to camp anyhow. We know there's going to be an injury, and the odds are there's going to be an injury from a team that's pretty good. I think Dalvin Cook's doing all the right things. I would advise him to keep doing them heading into the season. I wouldn't sign. I don't know about you.
They had a list the other day. It's like the last 8 Super Bowl champions and what the highest paid running back or the leading rusher on all those teams was paid. I don't think there was a running back who made more than $3 million in salary, maybe with incentives and what have you. But I don't think in the last 8 Super Bowl champions there was a running back who was making more than like $3 million. And that's what these NFL teams, they're looking at Barkley and company going, yeah, I don't know what to tell you. You're terrific, but I can win without you.
Figure out what running backs you're going to draft. It's the Fantasy Football Summit at Shoeless Joe Sports Cafe. 3 weeks from today, signups will begin tomorrow. That's only because Miller and Moulton weren't ready for signups to begin today. Where
Right.
else but on the Florida Sports Network?
David Moulton for Napa Auto Parts, and Napa Filters. Insist on Napa filters for your vehicles, or if you're a do-it-yourselfer, only buy Napa filters. Napa has a filter for almost anything on earth that moves, whether it's motorcycles, foreign and domestic cars, vans, SUVs, earth-moving equipment. You get the idea. Napa Auto Parts, Napa filters. Insist on them for your vehicles, or if you're a do-it-yourselfer, only buy Napa filters.
Located on the East Trail, locally owned Naples Tiki Bar and Grill is an outdoor eatery next to the Hitching Post Shopping Center. Island-inspired food with a true tiki theme. The best place in Naples to enjoy the beautiful weather in Southwest Florida. The Naples Tiki Bar and Grill offers a great menu for dine-in or takeout. Enjoy our famous pulled pork, huge burgers, and tiki bar cocktails. Don't miss happy hour every day from 3 to 6, and live music 7 days a week. See you soon at the Naples Tiki Bar and Grill, 11498 Tamiami Trail East.
Yeah. Hi. Excuse me.
Hey, the line starts back here.
Ma'am, if your party's not here, you're going to have to go around again.
If you had the opportunity to avoid all this, wouldn't you?
Salt Live is the official transportation provider of the Miller and Moulton Morning Show, making your trip to and from the airport seamless and stress-free. Salt Live is supported with the help of local partners like the Bayfront Inn. Gather your family and friends and enjoy a leisurely day on the water with a pontoon or deck boat. If you prefer to explore the waterways without a motor, the Bayfront has canoes, standboards, and kayaks. At the end of your journey, enjoy lunch or dinner at the Bamboo Tropical Bar and Grill. The Bayfront Inn, something for everyone on 5th Avenue in downtown Naples. BayfrontInNaples.com. When you need a ride, book with Salt Live Transportation, 308-8686, or book on saltlivetransportation.com.
You are listening to Miller and Moulton on the Florida Sports Network.
So the Big Ten media poll came out. Michigan
saw
picked
that.
up.
Big.
Well, I got 27 of the 37 first place votes. And Wisconsin by a point over Iowa. Also, South Florida in the American media poll picked 13th out of 14th. FAU picked 5th. since Jason's not, I don't think he's directly tied with anybody these days. I was just going to, little generic NFL and then say, hey, he covered the Dolphins for a long time. Is this their best team on paper this century?
Game day is going to be in Charlotte for North Carolina, South Carolina, week 1.
I know. I think it's because of the day the game is being played. Because isn't LSU Florida State on Sunday? So
it's the Duke's Mayo Classic.
Well,
I'm in.
Left a voicemail. I'm going to call back.
Okay. We can fill with this college football, the media polls.
Yep.
Welcome back to Miller and Moulton, only on the Florida Sports Network.
"22 minutes until the top of the hour, until our day is done in Lake City and surrounding areas, Tampa, St. Pete, Port Charlotte, and Venice. The bonus hour awaits at 9 o'clock in Southwest Florida. We are Miller and Moulton on this final Tuesday of July on the Florida Sports Network, floridasportsnetwork.com. And you can go to that site, floridasportsnetwork.com, beginning tomorrow to sign up for our second annual Fantasy Football Summit featuring Dr. Roto, brought to you by the law firm of Michael F. Hornung. We had Bill Bender on the show, and he was on his way to Big Ten Media Days. And we talked about, the media and coaches polls are going to start coming out. And is this going to be the year that Michigan's actually picked to win the East? When's the last time Ohio State wasn't picked to win the East? And the first media poll's out. I think it's the official one. And Michigan's picked to win the East. How about that?
In a big way. In a big way. Clear favorite are the Michigan Wolverines, as they get 27 of the 37 votes?
First place votes, yep.
Yeah.
And Penn State got 2 first place votes, and it looks like both voters who voted Penn State first had Michigan ahead of Ohio State also, because of the point differential between Michigan and Ohio State. So Bill Bender did say he'll be fascinated to see what media and coaches think about who's going to win the West. He didn't think there'd be much separation between Wisconsin, Iowa, and Minnesota. Well, they were the three teams that got all 37 first-place votes. And Mark, Wisconsin, 1 point ahead of Iowa. 4 first-place votes, but 1 point ahead of Iowa to win the West this year. Luke Fickell now at Wisconsin.
So that will be really, just one change in coaching gets that. Iowa, new quarterback. That's going to be a nice race in the West.
By the way, the media polls out in the American Conference. FAU picked 5th. South Florida picked 13th out of 14th. Ouch. He's a longtime NFL writer. He's a Hall of Fame voter, and he's authored 7 books. His latest out 3 months ago. Shut Up, Your Kid Is Not That Great. It's available now. He's Jason Cole. Follow him on Twitter at JasonCole62. JasonCole62. Jason, thanks for joining us again. We talked to you as you were writing it and about to release it. All right. You happy with how it turned out?
Oh, it's great. Had a lot of fun with it. So if you have fun with what you're writing and you can write it in your voice, yes, you're going to have fun with it. So you're going to be satisfied. And I was incredibly satisfied with this one.
I really should have several copies, and every time I go to one of my daughter's soccer games, be there to hand them out to other parents and start telling me about the accolades of their children. Man, it's just a non-response. Here, have a book.
Yes. Oh, absolutely. Yeah. Every parent who's there, who's screaming at their kid and expecting that they're going to go from that level of soccer to the U.S. women's team, like tomorrow.
Right.
Yeah, they need to understand that's not happening.
Once again, the title of the book, Shut Up, Your Kid Is Not That Great. It's been out for 3 months, very affordable. It's available at all the places that you would expect it to be available. Follow Jason on Twitter, JasonCole62, JasonCole62. Barkley just signed this morning, so we'll just go with a current event before we go big picture. We called it cute, these running backs having this Zoom call a couple of days ago. I mean, we got a CBA that runs another 7-8 years, Jason. I mean, this isn't going to change, right? It's only going to get worse.
Yeah, because basically if you're a first-round draft pick as a running back, your rights are controlled for essentially 6 years. And for a running back, 6 years is your career. But if you're lucky enough to play a full 6 years and, no injuries, whatever it is, I mean, that takes a toll on you, and they're not going to pay for a second contract. The other thing is they believe that the skill set mostly is replaceable. Now, I would say that it's hard to replace a Saquon Barkley in any significant way because he's a special talent. But they would argue that, the injury rate and the fact that he's probably only got 2 or 3 more good years, they're not going to put a lot of sunk cost into him, and they'll even play it out year to year on the franchise tag if they have to. So, to me, the running backs are stuck under the CBA because of the way that the position plays out and the way that their careers play out. So they can have all the summits they want until the union recognizes the mistake that they made in 2011 in how they designed rookie contracts, and then has the leverage to change that, which are, they're 2 very, different things. There's understanding the mistake and understanding the problem, and then there's having the leverage to change it. Until that happens, this is how it's going to go for running backs.
And Jason, I know it's way down the road, but the leverage to change that also entails that that's the high priority for the union, and guaranteed contracts will be a bigger priority. I don't know what else. I mean, this is something that's individual to running backs a little. It's individual to first-time contracts, but typically the union's trying to take care of the second contracts. So how important will this be next time through?
Well, we'll see, because they hired a guy who's never worked in football as their executive director and doesn't understand the game and the business very well. I mean, he's a smart man, Boyd Howell, they just hired. They hired a smart guy the last time. and that smart guy the last time didn't understand and couldn't explain it to his own rank and file why this is bad. And the other side of it is, again, they didn't have the ability because they didn't have the leverage to change it. I fear that in the next collective bargaining agreement, the owners are going to ask for like 5 to 6% back, and are going to get it because the players aren't going to have the leverage to do it. But that's going to make all these other things that we talk about as priorities almost impossible to get because the players don't have the historic ability to strike or at least hold their position if they're locked out. They just don't, they can't do it. And they have not found alternatives to how to run this business to keep working and make money if the NFL doesn't exist. So, yeah, they don't have any leverage. It's as simple as that.
Well, our theory is they're going to have to strike if they're going to want to change the business dynamic. Right. I mean, I know
5 strikes in the 70s and 80s. There were 5 strikes. Every one of those 5 strikes failed because the players could not stay together. So correct. I appreciate the position that people say was strikes, but this is a group that has not had a strike since 1987, doesn't know what it feels like, and is making way more money than most of them ever dreamed about making as 20-year-olds or 22 and 23-year-olds. They're not walking away from that. They're just not.
No, I know you're right. And we've had guests who played in the 80s on the show and were involved in the union. And, he's like, yeah, we could not keep it together for, more than an hour and a half. Although guys wanted to get back. And if you start missing a check, it's a totally different ball game. Listen, you covered the Dolphins for a long time. Mm-hmm. Is this the best Dolphins team, quote, on paper, unquote, this century, or is this more fool's gold? And we've been sold a lot of that with this franchise.
No, it's the best team that they've had because this is the greatest hope that they've had of a quarterback who is theoretically ascending in value, right? It's getting better. He's a better player than Chad Henne ever was. He's a better player than Chad Pennington. Chad Pennington had a really terrific year, that big turnaround year. What was that, like
08?
7. Yeah, 07, 08. 07 was the 1-15 year, and then I come back 1 and 08 and go 11-5, right? So, Chad Pennington was a very good quarterback, but there was no upside. Like, you got as much as you could out of him. You still believe with Tua that there's more there. Now, what he has to get there is really hard, okay? But you believe that there's more there, and the weapons around him are just terrific. So offensively, they're going to be really, really fun. Yeah, the offensive line still has some holes. Every team in this league has offensive line problems, just one after another, all, with the exception of maybe Philadelphia, right? So that the defensive depth is not quite there. I think that if they get a running back who can pound out some yards in fourth quarter situations and keep the defense off the field a little bit, that will help them a lot. But they're going to be really, really fun. Now, does really, really fun in this division and conference make the playoffs? Oof. I mean, the division and the conference, the division is loaded, the conference is loaded. So they could be the best team they've had this century and still not make the playoffs. That's how tough things are going to be this year.
Jason, when you look at Jacksonville, what do you see? We've looked at them, and that division's bad. Trevor Lawrence is coming of age. They have an opportunity, like Tennessee had, in our opinion, a couple of years ago, to maybe play for a 1 seed because of schedule and the division they're in. Is that setting the expectations too high for the Jags?
Well, it depends on what you mean as a 1 seed. Is it 1 seed because the division is so weak, and therefore you're taking advantage of it? But you're not really the best team in the AFC.
Right.
Okay. Yeah, you can say that. They're not going to be better on paper today. they're very good, and I would say they have a chance to be the fourth or fifth best team in the AFC. Right? They're behind Buffalo. They're behind Kansas City. They're behind Cincinnati, in my view. So that makes them fourth. And then the arguments, start about them versus, say, Baltimore or the Jets. Then you start to mince some. But they're to me the fourth best team on paper in the AFC. Yes, they could have the one seed. That is important and critical for a young team, especially. So that would be a huge advantage. But that doesn't mean that they walk through the playoffs. And again, the AFC is just, it's going to be really, really fun, come playoff time. I think we're going to have some of the best playoffs that we've ever seen in the history of the league when we get to January. But as for the Jaguars, Trevor Lawrence, just have regular coaching and people who know what they're doing at the professional level made him look like a real quarterback. Made him look promising. Like there's a possibility that he could be one of the two or three best in the game here within a year or so, if that improvement continues. There are still some moments where he'll do some funky things with his arm and drop down his arm angle and do that. But those are the kinds of things that hopefully you would have hoped would have been solved as a rookie. Unfortunately, had bad coaching as a rookie, and they weren't prepared. And so he got there in the second year, and he was terrific. So they've surrounded him with enough receivers. And Calvin Ridley helps, although I don't think Calvin Ridley's a number one. But their depth at wide receiver is excellent, and their defense is really, really good.
Jason, and we've got less than a minute. If you wanted to, we could do an hour with you about being a Hall of Fame voter. And I know you guys don't like to divulge much. I'm just curious about one thing. Has somebody in the 5-minute presentation pitching a candidate changed your mind during the 5 minutes?
Changed my mind? I'm pretty open-minded most of the time about candidates. There are very few that I go in saying absolutely no. I would say that there are some discussions that have been more persuasive. Yes, I think Dan Pompei, who does the Chicago Bears organization, and if they have a candidate, he presents. He did a really spectacular job on Brian Urlacher the year that Urlacher came in. So that convinced me. There have been a couple of times like that. I think Ira Kaufman, who presents Tampa Bay Buccaneers players, did an amazing job presenting Warren Sapp. He ended the main problem that every one of us had with Warren Sapp.
Right.
He ended right off the bat. So some people are more persuasive than others. So yeah, that helps. But I am pretty open-minded, especially when you're talking about a list of great players like this. You better be open-minded about all of them.
Jason Cole, the book, Shut Up, Your Kid Is Not That Great. It's available. Follow Jason on Twitter, Jason Cole, 62.
Yeah. Hi. Excuse me.
Hey, the line starts back here.
Ma'am, if your party's not here, you're going to have to go around again.
If you had the opportunity to avoid all this, wouldn't you?
Salt Live is the official transportation provider of the Miller and Moulton Morning Show, making your trip to and from the airport seamless and stress-free. Salt Live is supported with the help of local partners like the Bayfront Inn. Gather your family and friends and enjoy a leisurely day on the water with a pontoon or deck boat. If you prefer to explore the waterways without a motor, the Bayfront has canoes, standboards, and kayaks. At the end of your journey, enjoy lunch or dinner at the Bamboo Tropical Bar and Grill. The Bayfront Inn, something for everyone on 5th Avenue in downtown Naples. BayfrontInNaples.com. When you need a ride, book with Salt Live Transportation, 308-8686, or book on saltlivetransportation.com.
Located on the East Trail, locally owned Naples Tiki Bar and Grill is an outdoor eatery next to the Hitching Post Shopping Center. Island-inspired food with a true tiki theme. The best place in Naples to enjoy the beautiful weather in Southwest Florida. The Naples Tiki Bar and Grill offers a great menu for dine-in or takeout. Enjoy our famous pulled pork, huge burgers, and tiki bar cocktails. Don't miss happy hour every day from 3 to 6 and live music 7 days a week. See you soon at the Naples Tiki Bar and Grill, 11498 Tamiami Trail East.
The waterways of Naples are a beauty to behold, and the Bayfront Inn has multiple ways for guests to enjoy the water and have some fun. Gather your family and friends and enjoy a leisurely day on the water with a pontoon or deck boat. If you prefer to explore the waterways without a motor, the Bayfront has canoes, standboards, and kayaks. At the end of your journey, enjoy lunch or dinner at the Bamboo Tropical Bar and Grill. The Bayfront Inn. Something for everyone. On 5th Avenue in Naples.
Hello, friends and family of Southwest Florida. Are you looking to tap into the electric vehicle market? Well, look no further, because we here at Southwest Florida Golf Carts have just what you need. E-bikes, golf carts, LSVs, scooters, and more. Come down and talk with one of our experienced sales reps, have a soda and a smile, and you could be cruising the streets in your new EV today. Stop by the store or visit our website at flgolfcarts.com and enter for a chance to win $100 off your next purchase by answering John's monthly sports question.
David Moulton for Napa, Napa Auto Parts, and Napa Filters. Insist on Napa filters for your vehicles, or if you're a do-it-yourselfer, only buy Napa filters. Napa has a filter for almost anything on earth that moves, whether it's motorcycles, foreign and domestic cars, vans, SUVs, earth-moving equipment. You get the idea. Napa Auto Parts, Napa filters. Insist on them for your vehicles, or if you're a do-it-yourselfer, only buy Napa filters.
You are listening to Miller and Moulton on the Florida Sports Network.
Is this round one?
Yeah.
It's a greatest
I just
round.
opened something up. It was the first thing that popped up, so I'm watching.
Might be the greatest round in the history of the sport.
Best one I've ever seen. How do you get hit that much and still win the round?
Who do you think won the round?
Hagler.
Really? It's funny. I thought Hearns won the round. Lost the war.
I used to, but Hagler never goes backward. I mean, early in the round, he gets hit and gets slowed down. The rest of the round, he's going forward, forward, forward. There's one left that Hearns throws that he misses, that if he hits him, he might have knocked him out. God dang, that's something. I enjoyed that.
I mean, Gotti Ward had a 9th round, and I think it was the first fight that was just ridiculous. It's the only thing, even Ali Frazier, for as much as I loved the Thriller in Manila, usually one guy, even in some of the brutal rounds, one guy I thought won the round. Like Ali wins the first 4 or so rounds. Frazier takes over the fight in round 5, and they're brutal rounds. Ali is hitting him hard, but then Ali takes the fight back over again around 10, 11, and he's just slaughtering Joe. God, I haven't been to a boxing match in 15 years.
They still have those?
Hmm.
There's actually one going on right now. The fight.
Fight's happening now?
Yeah. Little guys. Fulton and
Is it
Inoue?
Okay.
Inoue? Inu? But like flyweights or something like that, 122 pounds.
You are listening to Miller and Moulton, exclusively on the Florida Sports Network. And now here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
It's the bonus hour of Miller and Moulton on this final Tuesday in July. Thanks so much for being with us. Florida Sports Network, floridasportsnetwork.com. We did not get to this at all during the show. I was tempted to hold this till tomorrow. Here's the good thing. We could bring it back up tomorrow, for the network audience, if you will. But did you see USA Today's NFL projections?
I did not.
And obviously, they got a few people who, kind of help make this happen. Gannett, big company and all. I don't think this is one guy in the back of the room. So yesterday, USA Today, I don't know, don't know if it was in the paper yesterday. They put it out online yesterday, on Twitter yesterday, and it's going to be in the paper today. I don't know. But they predicted records for all 32 teams. Who's making the playoffs? They did it. Here it is, final full week of July. And they're like, here you go. Not even waiting for training camp injuries or anything else. Here you go. The Bucks are finishing last at 5-12.
Okay. I don't think that would shock a lot of people.
So they go from worst to first, and without Brady, they're 3 games worse. I mean, when you sum it up like that, okay. For the record, the Saints win the division at 9-8, but there's a wild card team that comes from the South as well.
What?
Yep.
Carolina or Atlanta goes 9-8 as well?
Atlanta goes 9-8. Boy, what a difference the conferences make. In the NFC, Gannett / USA Today only has 4 teams winning 10 or more games.
Lions, Cowboys, Eagles, Niners.
Cowboys 9-8. Yeah. Eagles with the 1 seed at 12-5. Lions win the division at 11-6. They're the only team in the division over 500, according to USA Today. Bears, Packers, and Vikings all in a 3-way tie at 7-10. Niners win the West at 11-6. Seahawks, a 10-win wildcard team. Cowboys and Falcons, both at 9-8, are wildcards. Now, so 4 teams with 10 or more wins in the NFC. Care to take a guess how many teams with 10 or more wins in the AFC?
It's either going to be 7 or 8.
Higher.
Oh, no. They say 9?
Higher.
You're kidding me.
Just doing the math.
10?
10 wins. 10 teams with 10 or more wins in the AFC.
I'll take the under right now.
I think we all will. Okay. However, Yesterday, during this very segment, we asked each other a very simple question. How many, quote, good teams, unquote, do you think are in the AFC? That's all. A pretty simple question. Good. Whatever your definition of good is. And our answer was 8 with 3 maybes. Well, Gannett/USA Today obviously said, yeah, we're all in on just about all those teams you guys mentioned. The only team of the 8 and the 3, so of the 11 teams that we said they're good or so close to good, but I can't quite pull the trigger, the Chargers. Gannett has the Chargers going 7-10.
Man, will people get fired there if that happens?
Got that right.
That is called a regime change.
Mark, 3 teams make the playoffs from the AFC East.
So everybody not named the New England Patriots is going dancing in the postseason, huh?
Correct. Bills is the 1 seed at 13-4. Jets have the best wild card record at 12-5. Dolphins are either the 6 or the 7 seed at 11-6. Jags win the division, but they're only 10-7, according to Gannett.
So are they the worst of the 4 division winners in the AFC?
No, you're not going to believe this. They have the Chiefs winning the division at 10-7. Tied with the Broncos. Chiefs make the playoffs. Broncos do not. Oh, no, wait, it gets better. 3 teams. Actually, Mark, I'm sorry. All 4 teams in the AFC North win 10 or more games. You heard me. 4 teams in the division. All 4 win 10 or more games. Only 2 make the playoffs.
I mean, basically, these guys have the AFC winning every game that they play against the NFC this year for the most part.
Well, and not only that, if they think you're not a good team, well, then you're winning that game. Now, I have not sat down and done the math as to whether or not the wins add up. You know, it's supposed to add up to 272, I think it is. 272 and 272.
Right.
I did not do the math to see whether or not they're right or not. But to review, Bills, Jets, and Dolphins all make the playoffs. Bills with 13 wins, Jets with 12, Dolphins with 11.
Look, and I think they're a little nuts, but let's go to the bottom end of this spectrum. Who's on the clock? Do they agree with Miller and Moulton that the Arizona Cardinals are on the clock, David?
They do, but they say the Las Vegas Raiders give them a hell of a battle.
Ooh.
They have the Cardinals going 2-15. And they have the Raiders going 3-14.
And as bad as the NFC is, the 2 worst teams will come from the AFC, which makes sense with all these 10-plus win teams. There's got to be somebody that, you know, with the Raiders, there's got to be another AFC team that's going to be down there at the bottom, isn't there?
And welcome to the Indianapolis Colts. Thank you very much at 4-13. So the Cardinals, the only team in the NFC with less than 5 wins. Bucs, second worst record in the conference, according to Gannett USA Today, at 5-12. In fact, Mark, if the draft were held based off these picks, the Tampa Bay Bucs would pick 4th. Cardinals, Raiders, Colts, Bucs would be your top 4 picks. Here's another thing that's going to go over very well. The Texans and Giants are tied for the 5th worst record in the league at 6-11. They have the Giants last in the East.
Well, David, you follow the Giants really closely. That's your team.
Mm-hmm.
How surprised would you be if Washington ended up with a better record than the Giants this year?
I wouldn't be that surprised. I mean, in fact, Washington went 0-1 against the Giants last year. If they had won either one of those games, a close loss in Washington, a tie in Jersey, if they had won either one of those games, I believe they make the playoffs and the Giants don't. I mean, 9-7-1 versus 8-8-1. There's not a whole lot separating those 2 teams. Now, for as much as I think Daniel Jones is overpaid, I do think he's better than Sam Howell. Okay, but the Giants' question marks and the Commanders' question marks are pretty damn similar. I mean, they each got a bunch of them. And I don't know how much depth either has. And we documented this. NFC Eastern Division schedule this year, far more difficult than it was last year. Far more difficult. So there you have it. 10 teams with 10 or more wins in the AFC. The 11-win Steelers, the 10-win Browns, and the 10-win Broncos missed the playoffs.
The 11-win Steelers?
Now, it's happened before. The year Brady got hurt in 2008. The Patriots went 11-5 and missed the playoffs.
I understand.
It's only happened, I think, twice.
We've added a playoff team since then.
Yes, correct. Correct. So for the record, the whole AFC North finishes with 10 or more wins. Cincy wins it with 12. Baltimore makes the playoffs with 11. The Steelers are the odd team out with 11. Browns finish last at 10-7. 3 playoff teams from the AFC East: Bills, Jets, and Dolphins, winning 13, 12, and 11 games. Jags and Chiefs win their respective divisions, both at 10-7, which, by the way, means there's a possibility the Chiefs would be the 4 seed. But they certainly, A, wouldn't have home field, and B, wouldn't even be the 1 or the 2. So there's virtually no chance the Chiefs could continue what they've done the last 5 years, which is played nothing but home playoff games. Patrick Mahomes has never played a road playoff game.
Tony already hurt first day of training camp. Don't know what their receiving core looks like. So do they slow down a little bit? That's what the USA Today folks are predicting.
Eagles with the 1 again at 12-5. Niners and Lions tie at 11-6. Are they playing each other this year? So it'll be interesting. But either way, 2 and the 3. In theory, Mark, San Francisco and Detroit meeting in the divisional round in the NFC. Put it this way. Do you think that McCarthy, let's just say that Gannett/USA Today is correct here, and the Cowboys are A, wild card team, B, 9-8. I mean, even make them 10-7. And let's just say they do again what they did last year, Mark. Let's just say they can go on the road, because in this case, it looks like, well, they'd be the 6th seed. They'd play either San Francisco or Detroit in this scenario, because Seattle would be the 5 and they'd play New Orleans. But do you think Mike McCarthy returns as Cowboys coach if they're A, a wild card team, and B, they do what they did last year, win 1 game and then go home? I don't.
Man, if they do what they did last year, I would bring them back. I don't think they will.
Exactly. That's exactly where I am. By the way, CBW says he did the math and it adds up to 272 and 272.
And for the record, the Lions and Niners do not play in the regular season. The Lions and Seahawks play in the regular season. That's just how that Northwest thing will work out for those 2 teams.
So listen, man, just throwing it out there. You know, we all have our own opinions, but that's what's in about 400 papers around the country, including USA Today. Gannett's picks on the NFL season. They are something.
Ladies and gentlemen, once again. Yeah. Hi. Excuse me.
Hey, the line starts back here.
Ma'am, if your party's not here, you're gonna have to go around again.
If you had the opportunity to avoid all this, wouldn't you?
Salt Live is the official transportation provider of the Miller and Moulton Morning Show, making your trip to and from the airport seamless and stress-free. Salt Live is supported with the help of local partners like the Bayfront Inn. Gather your family and friends and enjoy a leisurely day on the water with a pontoon or deck boat. If you prefer to explore the waterways without a motor, the Bayfront has canoes, standboards, and kayaks. At the end of your journey, enjoy lunch or dinner at the Bamboo Tropical Bar and Grill. The Bayfront Inn, something for everyone on 5th Avenue in downtown Naples. BayfrontInNaples.com. When you need a ride, book with Salt Life Transportation, 308-8686, or book on saltlifetransportation.com.
231.
The waterways of Naples are a beauty to behold, and the Bayfront Inn has multiple ways for guests to enjoy the water and have some fun. Gather your family and friends and enjoy a leisurely day on the water with a pontoon or deck boat. If you prefer to explore the waterways without a motor, the Bayfront has canoes, standboards, and kayaks. At the end of your journey, enjoy lunch or dinner at the Bamboo Tropical Bar and Grill. The Bayfront Inn. Something for everyone. On 5th Avenue in Naples.
Located on the East Trail, locally owned Naples Tiki Bar and Grill is an outdoor eatery next to the Hitching Post Shopping Center. Island-inspired food with a true tiki theme. The best place in Naples to enjoy the beautiful weather in Southwest Florida. The Naples Tiki Bar and Grill offers a great menu for dine-in or takeout. Enjoy our famous pulled pork, huge burgers, and tiki bar cocktails. Don't miss happy hour every day from 3 to 6 and live music 7 days a week. See you soon at the Naples Tiki Bar and Grill, 11498 Tamiami Trail East.
You were listening to Miller and Moulton on the Florida Sports Network.
CBW, is that what they pick? Jets in the Super Bowl? Because I don't have their playoff picks. Crap.
I wonder how many high school coaches are dealing with junior running backs right now that go, I think I'd rather play receiver.
Yeah.
You know, David, I definitely sympathize you with the car and the electric bill and all that stuff. I have no idea what my wife has spent on the dog in the last month.
But it's an electrical problem?
Oh, surgery, week in the hospital. Oh, it's every bit of the electrical problem.
My electrical issues now between condo and car, $3,200.
I'm guessing I'm there with the dog. That's even with the doctor discounted rate.
Here we go.
I mean, at $5,000, do we just say, okay, we're done?
Welcome back to Miller and Moulton, only on the Florida Sports Network.
"21 minutes past the hour, final Tuesday in July. Miller and Moulton, thanks for being with us. You can go to floridasportsnetwork.com beginning tomorrow and sign up for our second annual Fantasy Football Summit, sponsored by the law firm of Michael F. Hornung. If you're arrested for a DUI, if you have a criminal matter, or you're involved in an auto accident, give them a call, 239-437-0095 for a free consultation, 239-437-0095. It's 3 weeks from tonight, Tuesday, February 15th, Shoeless Joe's, Crown Plaza, Bell Tower Shops, Fort Myers, $50. You get dinner, you get Dr. Roto and his fantasy wisdom, and you get a nice night. And right now, it's going to be limited to 50 of you. I mean, we could go a little more, but it's basically it's limited, intimate, exclusive, unique, special. Well, maybe not unique, but that's what we're thinking. So we hope to see you there. Beginning tomorrow, you can go to floridasportsnetwork.com and sign up.
Hell, maybe even later today if we get our work done, but for sure by tomorrow morning.
Not, going to try to under-promise, over-deliver here.
I know. That's unlike what we usually do.
Oh. Try to make very few promises, because goodness knows we don't deliver much. So Saquon Barkley signs today. He apparently was given $2 million of his $10 million up front, and he was given 3 potential incentives that he could earn like $300,000 for reaching all 3. One's like 1,300 yards, one's like 10 touchdowns, and I don't know what the other one is. Probably the number of receptions. And if he reaches any of the 3, he gets $300,000. So basically, if he has the year this year he had last year, he'll make $11 million. Giants can still tag him next year, however. So there, and it's 120% of the $10 million, not of the incentive. So, next year's tag would still be, $11.2 million or something like that. So why did Barkley sign it? Well, he realized he had a losing hand. Now, what's interesting to me, Mark, is that he's willing to come into camp a month early.
What's interesting to me, David, is he's going to allow himself to be tagged next year. For the limited amount of money that he is getting over the tag, to give that up for next year is great for the Giants. It's bad business for Barkley.
Well,
what the hell did he hold out for? He had $900,000 more dollars. He can get tagged next year, what he doesn't want.
And he gets a $2 million check now. He doesn't get much, but then again, Mark, he had a losing hand. I mean, there was nothing, unless it was important to the Giants to have him in camp. But Mark, you play the Giants. Say it's important to you to have him into camp. Important enough so that you can't tag him next year, so that he's an unrestricted free agent after this season? Is it that important to you to have him around the next 4 weeks to give that up? Wouldn't be for me, and I think the guy's pretty damn valuable. I would have given him a lot more than what the Giants have given him. I would not have broken this relationship the way the Giants have. But I would not have given that up either. Like, if we got to this point and Saquon had turned down what I was offering him, which is reportedly a little more than what the Giants actually offered him. If we got to this point because of him saying no to me, I wouldn't give that up next year. No way.
David, and maybe that's all it is that he just had a losing hand and couldn't win. But for the money that he's taking, this seems like a Giants win to me.
Oh, it definitely is. Because he doesn't get any more money total unless he has the season he had last year, and then he only gets an additional $900,000. By the way, take a look at his numbers from last year. And $11 million makes him like the 8th highest paid running back in the league. I mean, Saquon Barkley last year, not the 8th or 9th best running back in the league. Saquon Barkley last year is clearly one of the top 3 running backs. If not last year, the best running back in the league. Although I would argue Josh Jacobs was. But
I think they're 1-2. And we see how much that means to the teams that they played for.
Right. So you got that. You got Big Ten Media Days starting, and the media voted, and they picked Michigan.
The Big Ten Media Days are fun. That's great. Nice, neat. There's no Lane Kiffin that's going to get up there and make a diatribe on a podium in that conference. PJ Fleck maybe could say something goofy, but first-year coaches won't do anything silly.
Do we have to wait a year? Is Lincoln Riley the savior of Big Ten Media Days in terms of coaches? I mean, Harbaugh's given us some stuff over the years.
Harbaugh gives good quote.
Be interesting if Ryan Day tries to play the, first time ever that for him anyway, they're not picked to win the East. Having lost 2 in a row to Michigan, he could play the underdog, hey, Michigan's the top dog, now let's see how they like it. Blah, blah, blah. But I mean, you got that quote machine at Iowa there.
Right.
And my guess is first year in the conference, Luke Fickell's going to be a little buttoned down.
Exactly.
Right. Tell you what, it'd be great if the interim guy at Northwestern would let it rip. And they were picked to finish dead last in the West.
I mean, I give Bielema a credit. He already retweeted the Cleveland.com poll and said, July means nothing. Talked about going 1-0 every week and see where that leads you. But I mean, I give the Illinois people credit. That's our buddy Pearson there. That's someone's on top of that social media stuff.
Well, that's definitely our buddy Pat Pearson who's sending that out. He's Bielema's right-hand guy. Hey, Bielema's a good quote. He was at Wisconsin, at Arkansas. He's a good quote. I mean, it's Illinois, though. It's, kind of patted on the head, not taking all that seriously. Now, if the refs had actually...
Miss.
Yeah, I know.
I mean, Ole Miss in the SEC, I don't think Illinois is at that status in the Big Ten, but they're not that far off.
Yeah, Ole Miss, I think, held a little more regard in the SEC than Illinois is in the Big Ten.
Because of the tailgating.
Yes, and they beat Alabama twice the middle of last decade. And the tailgating. And the Grove. You're right.
Yeah, the Grove. I mean, there's no Grove in Illinois, and there's never going to be.
That's a really good question, actually. Who's held in higher regard? Ole Miss in the SEC, Illinois in the Big Ten.
I think it's Ole Miss.
I do, too. Tell you what, though, both coaches are quote machines, though. Different personalities, but both have one, which is nice to see. Tell you what, it'd be nice to see James Franklin go up there, stick his chest out and say, you guys keep picking Michigan and Ohio State. This is the best team I've ever had. Nobody's going to want to play us this year. He doesn't have to pick that we're going to, that's not saying we're going to win it. That's just saying you guys better take us seriously. We're good. And they are.
October 21st, Ohio State and Penn State. That's the big test for the Nittany Lions, the first one. And then they host Michigan in November. The Big Three and the Big Ten have their act together. We'll see how that plays out. Today was a day when the good, the bad, and the ugly, and what's on tap. It's how we finish things on Miller and Moulton right here on the Florida Sports Network.
The waterways of Naples are a beauty to behold, and the Bayfront Inn has multiple ways for guests to enjoy the water and have some fun. Gather your family and friends and enjoy a leisurely day on the water with a pontoon or deck boat. If you prefer to explore the waterways without a motor, the Bayfront has canoes, standboards, and kayaks. At the end of your journey, enjoy lunch or dinner at the Bamboo Tropical Bar and Grill. The Bayfront Inn. Something for everyone. On 5th Avenue in Naples.
Located on the East Trail, locally owned Naples Tiki Bar and Grill is an outdoor eatery next to the Hitching Post Shopping Center. Island-inspired food with a true tiki theme. The best place in Naples to enjoy the beautiful weather in Southwest Florida. The Naples Tiki Bar and Grill offers a great menu for dine-in or takeout. Enjoy our famous pulled pork, huge burgers, and tiki bar cocktails. Don't miss happy hour every day from 3 to 6 and live music 7 days a week. See you soon at the Naples Tiki Bar and Grill, 11498 Tamiami Trail East.
David Moulton for Napa Auto Parts, and Napa Filters. Insist on Napa filters for your vehicles, or if you're a do-it-yourselfer, only buy Napa filters. Napa has a filter for almost anything on earth that moves, whether it's motorcycles, foreign and domestic cars, vans, SUVs, earth-moving equipment. You get the idea. Napa Auto Parts, Napa filters. Insist on them for your vehicles, or if you're do-it-yourselfer, only buy Napa filters.
Hello, friends and family of Southwest Florida. Are you looking to tap into the electric vehicle market? Well, look no further, because we here at Southwest Florida Golf Carts have just what you need. E-bikes, golf carts, LSVs, scooters, and more. Come down and talk with one of our experienced sales reps, have a soda and a smile, and you could be cruising the streets in your new EV today. Stop by the store or visit our website at flgolfcarts.com and enter for a chance to win $100 off your next purchase by answering John's monthly sports question.
You are listening to Miller and Moulton on the Florida Sports Network.
Seven o'clock. We're doing this summit.
Whatever time we want. 6:30, 7, whatever.
We did it at 7 last year, didn't we?
I think so. Apparently, DeSantis was in a car accident. He's fine.
All right, need to hit that Mega Millions tonight.
What are we at now? About 750?
Something like that.
$820 million, apparently. Thank you, Jonathan.
Quick picks.
Yeah, we have set numbers, but then
Welcome back to Miller and Moulton, only on the Florida Sports Network.
"22 minutes before the hour. Miller and Moulton, Florida Sports Network. Go to floridasportsnetwork.com tomorrow and sign up for our Fantasy Football Summit. It's 3 weeks from tonight, August 15th. Shoeless Joe's Sports Cafe, Bell Tower Shops, Fort Myers, $50. Right now, seating is limited to 50 of you. Dr. Roto, you get dinner. You get the doctor. Nice night. Glad we could pull it off once again. Brought to you by the law firm of Michael F. Hornung.
There you go. Get the sponsor in. That's important.
Thank you.
He's going to be here in like 20 minutes to cut a commercial, so I don't want him yelling at me.
Uh-oh. Tell him to cut more than one. You know, it's going to get a lot of play. Even if he says the exact same thing, just like change the order in the paragraphs. You got 2 paragraphs there. Read the second half of each paragraph first, okay? That's the same spot, same words. Come on the fly, go.
It's time for someone to take back this segment, if for no other reason than to stop David from talking about Meghan and Harry. Here's Mark Miller with Today Was the Day When.
Sales guy and you just came right out there.
Oh no, don't worry, it's fine. No, that's fine. I'll do the second spot. You do the first one. I'll do the second one. I'll just flip everything. It'll be fine.
We start in 1866 when Ulysses S. Grant is named the first general of our army, and David Farragut is appointed the first admiral of the U.S. Navy. 1941, Lefty Grove, at the age of 41, wins his 300th and final Major League Baseball game as the Red Sox defeat then Cleveland Indians 10-6 at Fenway.
Is Necro another one who ended at 300? Because he won his 300th game on the final day of the 85 season. I don't know if he pitched again.
I'd have to look that up, David.
Yeah, I probably should have before I said anything.
1946, at the 500 Club in Atlantic City, Dean Martin and Jerry Lewis take the stage together for the first time as a comedy team. 1956, Roberto Clemente hits Major League Baseball's first and only walk-off inside the park grand slam. It would lead to a 9-8 win over the Cubs.
By the way, Necro pitched 2 more years, won 18 more games. My bad.
Thanks for the tidbit, though.
Yeah. Just
finished the year at 300, ended at 318.
Right.
1965, Dylan goes electric and gets booed at the Newport Folk Festival. 1966, the Supremes release You Can't Hurry Love. Big day for you today in 75, David. A Chorus Line premieres.
Oh, saw it at least 8 times. My mother saw it like 15.
6,137 performances in a 15-year run on Broadway.
I could just break out into song at any moment.
I'll keep this segment going just so we don't have to endure
I was
that.
going to say, what routine do you want? Dance 10, looks 3? I could do that one. That was the review that one of the dancers got. Great dancer, ugly. Dance 10, looks 3. So they put a song and dance together about her going out and buying a chest.
1978, Pete Rose sets the National League hitting record at 38 consecutive games.
He'd do it for 6 more before Gene Garber and the Braves stopped him.
1980, one of the great rock and roll albums of all time is released. Back in Black, AC/DC. 83, Metallica releases Kill 'Em All. 1989, the Beastie Boys release Paul's Boutique. Easy for me to say. 1990, Roseanne Barr sings the anthem at the Reds-Padres game.
And not well.
No. And then grabbed her crotch and spat.
Correct.
All class.
And America handled it really well. Really well.
92, the Olympic Games in Barcelona open. 93, Sleepless in Seattle is released. And in 99, Lance Armstrong wins his first of 7 consecutive Tour de France's, but didn't win any of them.
Well, he did. He was just cheating. Apparently, so was everybody else, but, well, he had to give him back.
Nate Thurman and Walter Payton born today. Actor Matt LeBlanc is 56. Pitcher Billy Wagner is 52. Alvin Kamara is 28. And Bryce Young is 22 years old today. What did I miss, David?
80 years ago today, the Italians said to Mussolini, "You're done."
Yeah, the king got rid of him.
Right. Although they were ready to vote him out too. But apparently he had a daily 20-minute meeting with the king every day. And the king looked at him and said, "Benito, you're done."
We're done.
We're done.
We're done.
1978, 45 years ago today. First IVF baby, called the test tube baby, Louise Joy Brown, to an English couple. This was a huge deal back in the day. Also, the thought was that if this child were to live a good long life, which, by the way, they had 2 IVF children, both have lived, to this point in time, both were able to, on their own, have children without needing IVF. That was another thing they thought, well, if we produce a child, that child's not going to be able to naturally produce a kid. They're going to have to use the same treatment. No. And now, obviously, this is, I don't want to say it's routine, but it's fairly routine, accepted part of medicine.
Definitely, as long as you have enough money.
Right, 45 years later. And one other thing, Rock Hudson, on this day in 1985, announced he had AIDS. Was a really big deal. Elizabeth Taylor gets involved in a huge way. All right. And it's funny, they gave him an out. The initial reports were he was in France with liver cancer, and he could have just gone with it. But instead, he released a statement, and he goes, no, I got AIDS. And, well, it changed things in this country and around the world, quite frankly, 38 years ago today.
You've heard folks elsewhere mock Florida is gonna Florida. Well, Mark Miller sees it differently. He calls it the good, the bad, and the ugly. What you got, Mark?
We go to Columbus for the good, where the Columbus Zoo and Aquarium had a couple of unexpected discoveries Thursday morning. A newborn baby gorilla and the news that its mother wasn't a male. You'd think the zoo would know.
Right. What kind of cracked staff do we have here?
But apparently gorillas don't have prominent sex organs until around the age of 8. So they look the same.
Wow.
Yeah, well.
Good to know.
Sully, the name of the gorilla. Not a very good name for a female. But then again, neither is Rufus, and that was your bulldog for many years, and that was also a female.
Exactly.
I have a male cat named Peaches. So,
Exactly.
Same thing. The daughter wanted an orange cat named Peaches. It's a boy. What
Right.
the cat's name is? It's Peaches.
Exactly. Works in our household, even though we all think we're idiots.
For the bad, we go to DeSoto County, where 27-year-old Shamika Foster was trying to smuggle narcotics into jail, and on a pat-down, she had a little bit of contraband. Prescriptions, cocaine, and a harmful new legend drug. So she didn't even have to leave the jail. She just got to go right to jail without passing go and without collecting $200. Finally, the ugly.
Can I just pose the question? I understand that if you're a criminal, there's a very good chance you're stupid. It's been proven over time. But it's one thing to have that on you. It's another thing to have it on you and go to jail with it. I mean, do you really think there's not a pat down coming? They're not going to, you're going to jail, no weapons, no contraband. So what are you doing? You're bringing contraband? All right. I digress.
For the ugly, we go to Salt Lake City, where Mikhail Martinez got drunk and then decided to take a vehicle from a Ferrari dealership and hit 4 other cars while trying to leave. He broke into the Ferrari dealership, opened a car door, saw the keys, and then just started driving. Did $100,000 worth of damage, and then tried to walk away. Utah Highway Patrol took care of business. And that is the good, the bad, and the ugly. Today, July the 25th, 2023.
Don't you have to take the car closest to the door? I mean, if you're going to steal a car and you're hammered, shouldn't you take the one that's the easiest one to get off the lot? Once again, they're not very smart.
And they're drunk.
Right.
And they decide to break into a Ferrari dealership.
Right. Why are we doing this? Maybe one of them's got the keys in it. Listen, we got a lot of good baseball games tonight. Of course, the only one that's going to be nationally televised is the Mets-Yankees. Unbelievable. TBS at 7 o'clock. I mean, we got Orioles, Phillies, Marlins, Rays, Braves, Red Sox, Reds, Brewers, Rangers, Astros, Blue Jays, Dodgers. Hell, we even have Mariners, Twins, which is a 500 team against a team leading its division. Got a lot of good matchups. Got to see the Mets and the Yankees again? Seriously? Marlins and Rays tonight, 6:40 at the Trop. Hey, the Rays are minus 205. It's pretty interesting.
How?
Tyler Glasnow against Edward Cabrera. Both are 500 pitchers. Glasnow's ERA is almost a full run less. I know.
Now, the Marlins been giving up a lot of runs during this little skid, whereas the Rays have not been as bad defensively. But how you could have someone minus 205 the way they're playing right now is beyond me. This is one. I wouldn't bet it, but if I were, I'd bet the Marlins.
And they turn around quickly. They play at noon tomorrow. Alcantara on the hill for the Marlins. So good matchups tonight. And since we have Mets Yankees, we do have Cubs White Sox tonight. Got that little shindig going on. Will the Cubs sell? Cubs are just 3 games below 500. They got the best run differential in the division. How many games are they back? Like 5?
I don't know how they can sell until they get this series over with the White Sox, David.
Well, they're 7 back. I will say that. But hell, they're 5.5 behind. I mean, they're closer to the playoffs than the Padres.
Right. And if they sweep the White Sox here find themselves at around 500, I don't know how they can sell.
By the way, the Padres have the third best run differential in the National League, and the Cubs have the fourth best. How messed up is that? I mean, the Cubs' run differential is almost the same as the Orioles. Explain that. The Orioles are 24 games over 500. The Cubs are 3 under. That's nuts. So, good night of baseball tonight. Women World Cup, U.S. tomorrow night, 9 o'clock. Wednesday night at 9, taking on the Netherlands.
First match, huge viewership against Vietnam.
Over 5 million. On a Friday night, too.
Friday night.
Not the greatest television night. So Wednesday night against the Netherlands should be a more difficult test. Who knows? We'll see. And also there's a bit of a changing of the guard team. I mean, there's still a couple of the old guard. There's Ertz, there's Rapinoe, there's Carly Lloyd, but, this is a changing of the guard World Cup team for the U.S.
And I thought, isn't Miami playing Atlanta? Isn't that tonight? Messi's debut in the MLS?
I believe so.
I thought tonight was match night.
I hope you have Apple TV Plus, and on top of having Apple TV Plus, I hope you have the MLS package.
Charlotte. Inter Miami plays Charlotte tonight, not Atlanta. 7:30. I'm all over the place. No, maybe not. I don't know. Thought we had that. Thought I saw that on Twitter. I could be wrong. Stay tuned. The summit, everything will be posted Florida Sports Network later today. Miller and Moulton, thanks for listening right here.
Ladies and gentlemen, once again. Hi. Excuse me.
Hey, the line starts back here.
Ma'am, if your party's not here, you're going to have to go around again.
If you had the opportunity to avoid all this, wouldn't you?
Salt Live is the official transportation provider of the Miller and Moulton Morning Show, making your trip to and from the airport seamless and stress-free. Salt Live is supported with the help of local partners like the Bayfront Inn. Gather your family and friends and enjoy a leisurely day on the water with a pontoon or deck boat. If you prefer to explore the waterways without a motor, the Bayfront has canoes, standboards, and kayaks. At the end of your journey, enjoy lunch or dinner at the Bamboo Tropical Bar and Grill. The Bayfront Inn, something for everyone on 5th Avenue in downtown Naples. BayfrontInNaples.com. When you need a ride, book with Salt Live Transportation, 308-8686, or book on saltlivetransportation.com.
David Moulton for Napa Auto Parts, and Napa Filters. Insist on Napa filters for your vehicles, or if you're a do-it-yourselfer, only buy Napa filters. Napa has a filter for almost anything on earth that moves, whether it's motorcycles, foreign and domestic cars, vans, SUVs, earth-moving equipment. You get the idea. Napa Auto Parts, Napa filters. Insist on them for your vehicles, or if you're a do-it-yourselfer, only buy Napa filters.
Hello, friends and family of Southwest Florida. Are you looking to tap into the electric vehicle market? Well, look no further, because we here at Southwest Florida Golf Carts have just what you need. E-bikes, golf carts, LSVs, scooters, and more. Come down and talk with one of our experienced sales reps, have a soda and a smile, and you could be cruising the streets in your new EV today. Stop by the store or visit our website at flgolfcarts.com and enter for a chance to win $100 off your next purchase by answering John's monthly sports question.
You were listening to Miller and Moulton on the Florida Sports Network.
I did two. I did a 30
Perfect.
and a 60.
Perfect.
The 30 is right on. The 60 is probably about 50 seconds, 54 seconds.
All right, we'll find some music to put.
Well, that's what I was going to ask. The last time I did this, and I don't know if you guys can do it, it was a Wink spot, I think I did. They got some instrumental music for like NFL films.
Yeah, legally they can't do that. That commercial was completely illegal because they don't have the rights to that music. I remember that spot.
You do?
Yeah, you can't run that. That's copyrighted music. We'll run music underneath it, but it won't be copyrighted music.
Okay.
That way I always laughed at that.
Well, nothing ever happened.
No. Felipe, you ready?
So we have Seth, Marlins Rays look back, and all the NFL training camps are underway.
Okay. I'll go Seth. You go Marlins Rays. I'll go training camp. You finish.
Okay. And we're ready?
Yep.
Coming up Wednesday on Miller and Moulton,
our weekly chat with Seth Everett.
Marlins and Rays look back at game 1, look ahead to game 2.
And all 32 training camps are underway in the National Football League.
Miller and Moulton, Wednesday, 6 a.m.
Perfect.
Yeah, it's tight, but I think we got it in there. I think it's like 13.
He's got thumbs up.
It's
We're
fine.
good.
Okay.
We do 15s every day to send down the network. So, all right. Thanks, David.
You bet.
I'll talk to you later.
And say hi to Michael for me.
David says hello.
Tell him I'll be up there in 10 days.
He's already got the headsets off and signed up. You going to Jacksonville?
Yeah, we used to have a place on Jack's Beach.
Okay.
We still have friends there that have a unit in the condo we used to be. So we're going to go up there 7th through the 11th.